Hello, hello. Let me know if you can see and hear me okay, please. This is going to be a group energy healing where I heal 138 people in 9 different countries, I believe. 9 or 10. 9 different countries. Specifically, 110 people in the US, 6 in the United Arab Emirates, 5 in Canada, 5 in the UK, 3 in South Korea, 4 in Qatar, 3 in Ukraine, 1 in Japan, and 1 in Australia. Hello, hello, hello to everyone that I'll be healing in this healing. And the other twin set healing, which is in 3 days on Sunday. And those people purchased this set of healings on my website, which is jwhealing.com. So if you went on there at this point, you could purchase healings for next month and the month after. And I'd be happy to work with you, even if I've never worked with you before, if you have no experience with energy healing, or if you're a pro energy healer and you're extremely experienced. Either way, I would love to work with you. Hello, thank you for my confirmations. Thank you, thank you. Hello from sunny Portland, somebody says. We can see and hear you in Chicago, 80 and sunny. Wow, that's nice. Yeah, we're having cooler weather. It's sort of tiptoeing into fall for me, even if I'm pretending that it's not. It doesn't matter. It is, the weather is saying autumn. Autumn is almost here, Janet. Hello. So my August forever wish is not coming true. But that's okay. All right. So later than usual start time, sort of. I mean, it's kind of funny because I'll say the official start time and then that's never really the real start time. But today I just needed to even make the official start time quite late. Late in the day. So I hope people are forgiving and understanding of that. Hope it works reasonably well for you. So the theme. The theme and then how we're going to do it today. So okay. So the theme for this whole month of healing, so the triplet set we already finished earlier this month, and then this twin set of 2 healings, the theme is gentle realizations, inner truths, and unlocking your subconscious wisdom in a gentle and stable way. So what does that mean? That means that you're a lot smarter than you know, and it's like buried in your subconscious. But sometimes things are buried in your subconscious for good reason because they're too much for you to handle right now. But not always. Sometimes you're just kind of stuck repressing when it would be really helpful if you were to stop repressing certain things. So it's sort of the goal of this month of healings to help you to, only repress what should be repressed, what is like helpful to repress, and to unrepress what is helpful to unrepress at a safe and gentle pace. So that's been sort of the gist of this month. And the sort of surprise sub-theme, which was why I say if you're open to doing all the healings every month, and it sounds like something you would want to do, there is a huge benefit to that because you don't know all that's going to happen in the healings from the title, the theme, in advance. So what has arisen as a significant sub-theme well, there have been a couple so far, but positive change and faster positive change has been a significant surprise sub-theme of the gentle realizations theme, because it turns out if you kind of get out of your own way and stop repressing helpful information, then you realize things and you end up changing things that you wouldn't have changed, or it would have taken you way longer to change them. Like you're like, oh, yeah, why not? So the faster positive change. So then it was more of a question of helping you to be okay with faster positive change and clearing fear of faster positive change. And we had some pretty, I will say they were clever techniques, but it's not really a self-congratulatory thing because the angels show me all this stuff. So it's just, I'm grateful to the angels for it. But they were kind of clever little visual things where you like imagine yourself in your faster positive change boat and see if you're like eager in the front of the boat going, yeah, let's do this, or are you like screaming in the back of the boat, no, and then to heal those parts of you that are screaming in the back of the boat. and then we did a different one where you imagine, like, are you flying the plane of your faster positive change? And if you're flying it, if you're you're the pilot, you're in control of the plane, are you enjoying flying the plane of your faster positive change? Or are you like being dragged outside of the plane on a rope going, wow, this is terrible, I'm scared, or are you like in the plane, but you're acting like a hostage or something? So the idea was to not, victim shame those parts of you, but to heal those parts of you so that whatever fear or trauma or whatever was causing you to be against what is inherently in your best interest, which is, healthy and gentle positive change, then those parts of you stop subconsciously like putting on the brakes of positive change in your life. So that was cool. That was the triplet set. And then there was also a sub-theme of yin and yang balance, which was also took me by surprise. I don't know if it did other people, but it was wild how much like yin yang balance. I think I don't know. I guess just because yin yang balance is something that's maybe just like has a ton of potential that like in traditional Western thought, maybe it's just not such a part of Western thought that it's like not so obvious to someone who was raised in the US in Anglo-Western culture like myself. But that idea of like that you have contrasting qualities, yin and yang, and your body does too, and your body's meridians do too, and your body systems, and that you want them to be equally strong so that they balance each other, so that then you're much more whole and highly functioning. That turns out to be a really big deal. So I don't know. I don't think we're going to do the yin yang balance today. We'll see, but I don't think we are. We may do it on Sunday. We certainly did it in cool ways in the triplet set just a week ago. So you could, all these 5 healings this month are in the same playlist, which is in the info section of this live stream and the info section of the video when it's saved as a video later. So you could just, go back and do some yin yang balance stuff if you want. But we settled upon some pretty easy ways to do it, like just have a river that represents all your yin aspects and a yang river that represents all your yang aspects, and then unblock them both and see and watch them working together and see if they balance each other out. And maybe one's too strong, so therefore the other, like, it doesn't work well, and so you kind of strengthen them both and unblock them both so you're at your best. So that was pretty huge. So that was kind of this month so far, let's say. So that was the review of the September triplet set that we just did, right? So now we will actually talk about today. Now, No, really, really, really. This is what we'll do today. So today's concepts are that it can be a little overly stressful to be aware of all the ways you're stuck, or like even a bunch of ways that you're stuck, I mean, even if you have good self-esteem, it's sort of like not so uplifting to be like, yeah, I'm really stuck with that. Yeah, I'm really stuck there too. Oh, there's another place I'm totally stuck. I mean, it does help if you have stronger self-esteem, heart chakra flow, and so you don't turn that into like, and I'm a loser, if you're just like, well, everybody's stuck in a bunch of places. The thing is, you can either be in denial about it or you can be aware, and sometimes awareness helps, right? But that's the trick though, is awareness can help, but maybe too much awareness is just a downer. So today we're going to focus on more clearing the fears and the trauma, clearing the ways in which you're stuck before you become conscious of them. So that not that you can remain blissfully ignorant forever, but that when it does bubble up to your consciousness, it's all or mostly cleared already. So you're like, oh yeah, that used to be a real hang up of mine. Or, oh yeah, now that is much easier. And so, and also, of course, we want to clear the fear and traumas that you're already quite conscious of. We're not going to ignore those. Right? So it's sort of a dual thing, but we definitely want to, we don't want to just, I think it's just going to help with stress overall if we spend a significant portion of today clearing the stuff that you're not even conscious of yet. So then you get your gentle realizations, as in like, oh yeah, I'm not as stuck on that anymore, am I? Oh yeah, I am a rock star. Right? So you could be an energy healing rock star. Well, you already are an energy healing rock star. How about that? Woohoo! Let's do some confetti to celebrate what an energy healing rock star you are. Maybe I should get some like guitar images to celebrate the whole rock star concept. That could be cute. Note to self. So today we'll be clearing fear and trauma. When it's mostly still in your subconscious or the stuff that's already conscious. And why do we want to do that? Well, just because life feels better without all that. This is just less stressful. Because, the external world still has a lot of drama going on. And so it really matters like what kind of internal climate you have. Do you have peace and stability and tranquility internally, and sort of like are you uplifted internally? Because then it equips you better to observe the external dramas in the world and not have it kind of rush in and crush you. That's what we want. We want you to have your inner environment enjoyable. So that's the idea. It's pretty simple. And I will sort of not some of the how we're doing the clearing fear and trauma baggage. The angels are just going to show me spontaneously as we go along. Which is fine. What else? Of course, we're going to start with the 5 essentials, which we always do. 5 essentials. I do want to say hello to all the newbies. We have, I'm healing more newbies lately I'm healing more newbies than usual, which I'm very happy about. I love newbies. So hello to newbies. Yay. Now a newbie could be someone who's a pro healer. They're just new to my flavor of it. So it's not at all any sort of a disrespect at all, I promise. But newbies can also be people who have zero experience with energy healing, or, maybe they like acupuncture, but they have not done too much with doing energy healing on themselves. So there's all sorts of levels of knowledge and experience of newbies. But I like to encourage newbies and everybody to be bold and adventurous and just give it a whirl, try all this stuff. So anyway, so for newbies, probably mostly that would be needed to just explain what the 5 essentials are. So I promise for my advanced people that hate me explaining things, which I do have some. I love you too. However, sometimes it's necessary. So the 5 essentials, they're grounding or repair, chakra repair, creative ring repair, which are cool things up here that generate gold light, creative ring repair, and then back here stuff, like good karma windows, which are sort of like back doors into your astral body aura, and base of skull acupuncture points. That's the 5th essential, back here stuff. So grounding, aura repair, chakra repair, creative ring repair, and back of head stuff, good karma windows, and base of skull points. So those are the 5 essentials. Why do I call them 5 essentials? Because if you feel screwed up, work on those. Don't get all esoteric about, oh, I'm going to, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to heal my shadow self, or some obscure thing. Just try to get the basics done first. I mean, unless you're really not in the mood, then whatever, anything is better than nothing. But if you say you only have 5 minutes and you really need to go from shitty to not shitty, the 5 essentials is your best bet. A lot of repair and some unblocking, and that'll help you get your boundaries back and help to get things working nicely overall. Help you to be back in large and in charge. So that's what the 5 essentials are. And we do them at the start of every healing, pretty much. Sometimes I, spice them up and add things into them, just because since we're always doing the 5 essentials, it does get a little boring for advanced people to always start the same way. Well, advanced people like me that like variety. But they are 5 essentials for a reason. If you need them and you skip them, you're kind of wasting your time. It's like as if your roof's on fire and you're like, yeah, let's talk about my sink faucet. And it's like, well, your roof is on fire. That should be your first priority. So it's like that. The 5 essentials take care of the roof that's on fire. So to speak. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So we will do the pre-healing chat, which are hopefully simple greetings, saying where you are viewing from if you want, what the weather's like, just simple things. Like for me, I am in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. And the weather is probably high 60s right now. Sunny. 60s Fahrenheit. In the US, we're a backwards country and we are still on Fahrenheit. The 60 would be like 15 Celsius. Sorry about those alarms. They have to do with my dog's epilepsy medication, so I can't disable them because they're really important. But my husband took care of it. So anyway. Okay. So Sunny Portland, hello to you. Portland, Oregon is not far from me on the West Coast, Pacific Northwest even. Hey, Janet, seeing here you, Chicago, 80 and sunny. Someone says joining from sunny and warm DC, the nation's capital. Always see some good vibes there, so good. Hey, Janet from rainy Las Vegas, 74 degrees. That's quite chilly for you guys. How about that? 74. That's like summer weather for me and definitely fall weather for you, I guess. Cool. So I guess maybe we will do the 3 minutes of quiet soon. Not yet, because I'm still talking. But the point of the 3 minutes of quiet is I just finished my prep and I say hello to the 138 people that I'm about to heal on a spirit level, non-verbally, so that they are all very aware subconsciously that the healing is about to start, so they can kind of pay attention and make the most of it with their angels. And then towards the end of that 3 minutes of quiet, I'll go like that, and that's me starting the healing. So that's how you know I started the healing. But then I'll be quiet for that first minute or so, and then I'll start talking soon after that, and then the whole rest of the healing is me talking and what I'm doing as I do it, which is how you could use it as a self-healing walkthrough. And even if you're a bold newbie, you could do it and just kind of wing it and heal yourself as you listen. If you purchase the healing set and I'm healing you, you don't have to heal yourself at the same time, although many people do enjoy that experience. But you could, clean your house, take a nap, be with your kids, do your work, whatever you got to do. That's fine too. Alrighty. Okay, thank you for waiting. So, for starters, let's get the hands going. So you have a big hand chakra in the palm of each hand. And I remember first discovering that, like when someone showed me that, I was like, oh my gosh, are you kidding? I was like, so cool. So they spin and they generate energy. Chakras generate energy, all your chakras. But I just never knew you had big ones in the palm of each hand. And then you have one in each fingertip. And what you do is you set the with your intention or your thought, even without being able to see energy, you can set the energy to a certain color of these particular chakras, hand and fingertip chakras. Set them to a metallic gold color like this glitter, so that therefore the energy they're generating as they spin is metallic gold in vibration, which is fast moving but not too fast moving. So like I would say white is too fast moving to use. And so gold, it helps with repairing and unblocking and letting go and kind of washing other people out of your space. And, so it's a really good, like, all-purpose cleaner. So, just set, your hand and your fingertip chakras to gold, and then use that gold light that's being generated to wash out and unblock all the energy channels and chakras in your wrists, your forearms, your hands, your fingers. And you can do that directly. That's easy. As opposed to like if you're healing the back of your shoulders, it's much easier to use a copy out in front of you. So for the bulk of this healing, that's what I do, is just use, make a copy of yourself out in front of you and then heal it that way. So like, you can have a copy sort of like this, of course, not necessarily with this level of detail, but, just imagine like a mini you, and then and it can be big or small, it doesn't matter. And just, you use gold light and run it through your neck and your shoulders, your arms, your fingers, and of course your joints too. Joints are really important. They can get all clogged up energetically. And so shoulder joints, extra love for those, and elbows and wrists. These joints, unfortunately, it's like people tend to not realize how valuable they are until you get an injury in one of them. And then you're like, wow, that's a really important part of my body. So we want to value them and take really good care of them before then. So neck, shoulders, arms, hands, lots of gold light. And always with energy healing, if you're healing a part of your body, your auras around it are just as important because the auras protect. And so if the auras are all ripped up or blocked even, it just allows too much invasive energy, which could be your neighbor's energy, could be some weird little, invasive being. It just allows invasive energy to come in. You don't have like that protective, nice, comfortable, safe buffer if your auras are too blocked or too ripped up, right? So we will get to aura repair, but just in general, you just use gold light around your neck, shoulders, and arms, as well as inside your neck, shoulders. And your auras go all the way out to, like, if you were to stretch your arms straight out, like where would the palm of your hand be? That's as far as you can let your auras go out. Um, so it's nice and full of lots of flowy energy of yours. So you can comb through out from your neck, shoulders, and arms all the way out to the edges of your auras. Comb through all that with gold light to help unblock your auras all the way around your neck, shoulders, and arms. Okay, so that's good enough to kind of get you going with your self-healing. So now we'll do the 5 essentials, starting with grounding. Now, why do we start with grounding? Well, because you got to get the plumbing unblocked, right? If you want to, clear a lot, got to go somewhere. So, the core of the earth is like a nice place to send the stuff that's not you, because it just gets like neutralized and cleaned up, and it goes back to whoever it belongs to. So the it's good to have really wide grounding. If you just get rid of your old groundings and remake your groundings, make them nice and wide as your outstretched arms, and make them that wide all the way down to the core of the earth. And you have 2 groundings, one for your physical body and your physical body aura, and then one for your astral body and your astral body aura. So just with your intention, just remake them both. Make them both the same color, either any shade you want of red, or any shade you want of orange, or any shade you want of yellow. And how would you decide if you can't make up your mind? Just think of, well, what's helping me to release the most right now? So try some red groundings, see what that's like. Try some orange groundings, see what that's like. And try some yellow groundings, see what that is like. You can make a copy out in front of you of your groundings. And bring your groundings up high. Some people just bring them down to like first chakra, base of spine, but I always suggest third chakra. Bring your groundings up high as your third chakra. Where's your third chakra? Your third chakra is below your sternum. So if that bone that is right here, that's your sternum. So right below that, that's your helps you with quality of sleep and getting stuff done, time management. So taking action. So exercise that with a nice high grounding. And then just have copy of both your groundings out in front of you, so you can comb all the way down to the core of the earth, and use gold light from your hands and melt away the clogs. And does this last forever? No. 2 hours from now, if you're watching the news, you're listening to some video and somebody's really unhinged in the video, it could trigger some stuff within you, and then your grounding blocks up, and then you get tired, and then you get hungry, and then you get, distracted, and then, but it all started with your grounding blocking up. So when in doubt, unblock your grounding. Early and often. Don't wait till you're screwed up to unblock your grounding. Just double check it, especially after a healing like this, because you're going to want to release a lot and keep releasing. And so if your grounding is like a very fast waterfall, fast downward flow, it releases well, and you're kind of on a roll. It's real nice. So gold light, just imagine blocks in your grounding. They could look like, a stack of like flat rocks, and just melt them away. And I was lamenting, I think it was the last healing or the healing before that, about how invasive beings is a phrase that I use pretty much constantly throughout the healings, and it's a very non-friendly term. It's kind of spooky, like, it sounds like a horror film or something. So that's unfortunate, but I think at one point I was calling them cosmic dust bunnies. They do kind of like, but I don't know if that's my favorite term yet. Cosmic dust bunnies. But anyway, it's just stuff that's not you, that's more invasive. So it like can, if your auras, if you don't have strong boundaries, then it can come in and kind of clutter your mind, clutter you, maybe make it harder for you to be present. But it's not really like a horror movie and like, invasive beings, it's not like that. It's more like, like you have good and bad bacteria in your gut, and you want good bacteria, it's like that, like the bad bacteria in your teeth, maybe that's invasive being. It's kind of like, oh, that's a terrible image. I don't know how to make it friendly. Oh, I really don't. I'm trying though. But anyway, I guess the point is you're so much stronger and bigger and more powerful than an invasive being. An invasive being is literally like a dust bunny compared to you. You're like a giant eternal soul. And there's this dust bunny that is just, or a little flea or something, trying to cause trouble. And so you clear them out as the big, powerful, eternal. And you repair your boundaries, so then, not so much of an issue. Can you get 100% free of invasive beings in your life? Probably not. But the point is to get to the point where it's just really not a big thing. It's not really particularly detracting from your quality of life, you know, but it's a continual thing, much like you have to eat every day, even though you ate yesterday. Like these things you do regularly, just clear out, you know? So anyway, so you can imagine, so that was just a giant speech about invasive beings. Explaining, let's say, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't really blah. Okay, but now we will just do, there are a lot of techniques to clear them out, and it's not that hard. And plus your angels will recycle them for you too, so it's fine. But anyway, let's do one of the ways. Collapsing gold nets, I kind of like. Let's do that. Clear out. So either way, your angels are going to help you, but sometimes it's just a little more empowering if you drag them out yourself and be like, angels, here you go. But another alternative, like say if you're looking at your grounding and there's like this like smoky, shadowy part that's, you know, and you like notice it and you're a little spooked, that's just an invasive being trying to play head games with you. You say, angels, can you recycle that? And then your angels take care of it for you. But let's be a little more bossy in our space, self-assertive, and drag out these things just with collapsing gold nets. So you imagine your everything, all your auras, you have 17 auras, and your physical body and your astral body are inside those auras. So they're like bubbles, energy bubbles, and then you're inside there. And then your two groundings connect you to the core of the earth. And you make a big cube of collapsing gold nets that's even bigger than all that stuff, right? All the way down to the core of the earth. So all this beautiful gold netting that you made, and then you collapse it in like a fishing net, right? And just collapse it in, and you're gonna gather up any invasive energy that's healthy and gentle to get rid of. So it could be invasive people too, and sometimes we can be invasive. Any of us can be invasive. It's, you know, sometimes it's purely accidental because of subconscious baggage, yada yada yada, right? So any invasive energy, just, you know, gather it up in the nice gold netting, and then give it to your angels and say, angels, can you take care of all that? And that way the people's energy, they'll return it to the people, and then the invasive beings, they'll recycle them, meaning they won't exist anymore. Go make them, turn them back into cosmic soup, so then they can someday be formed into something more useful. So again, big collapsing gold nets, bigger than you, collapse it in and catch like fish, all the invasive energy that's healthy and gentle to get rid of, drag it out, hand it to your angels. Angels, can you get rid of all that? Deep breath, good job. And then just comb through everything, your auras and your grounding. See if there's any difference in your grounding after you did that. And let's do extra collapsing gold nets and pay attention to the back of your aura, because a lot of times people shove stuff that they don't want to deal with in the back. So sometimes that's an easy hangout for invasive beings and invasive people, to sort of, you know, behind your back, you know, kind of hang out there. So, but your energy field is not, you know, a communal hangout lounge, right? So just big collapsing gold nets, bigger than you, bigger than all your energy, all the way down to the core of the earth, and collapse them in and drag out everything that's not you, especially stuff hanging out in the back of your aura, invasive energy, and drag all that out in the gold nets. Hand it to your angels. Angels, can you take care of all that? And you can comb through the back of your aura a little extra gold light. Because that's, you know, if you learn one thing in this live stream, other than that, you know, dust bunnies is a silly term, you know, that the back of your aura is at least as important as the front of your aura. Because most people, I think, since we talk to people in front of us and our eyes are in front and everything, that it's even spiritually, people tend to be more in front than they are in the back. But that's a part of the literal aspect of being centered, is that, you know, ideally you would have as much energy of your energy in the back as you do in the front. So you have your own back. right? You're watching your own back. So just hone behind you, and just a lot of times it can be really smushed and compressed and dense with energy blocks and compression. So just let your auras in the back be large and in charge, and use gold light to wash everything out that's not you in the back of your auras. And keep in mind, none of this is perfect. When I say wash out everything that's not you, okay, there'll be something left that is not you. But, we're not, perfect is not a thing, right? So we're just positive change. That's the goal at a healthy and gentle rate. So gold light, wash out the back of your auras. So that was also washing out the back of your auras. That might end up being its own little chapter. We'll see. So within a day, there are going to be video chapters that I put in. So you'll be able to see at a glance what we did, because there will be a healing outline in the comment section and also in the post-healing survey if you purchase the healing and you get the post-healing surveys, therefore. There'll be an outline of what we did, but then also you'll be able to tell just from the video chapters, all the significant things we did will be their own video chapter. Click around easily. All right, so now speaking of auras, let's do aura repair, which is the second of the 5 essentials. So that's easy. You have 17 auras. If they're ripped, they leak your energy out, and they're just not as strong boundaries. So you want them to be like big, bouncy, full, like sort of like dishwashing machines, scrubbing out the blocks all the time, releasing blocks, having good flow so that you feel safe and protected and as functional as possible. Right? And you have 17 auras, 1 for your physical body, 1 for your astral body, and then 15 called Wei Chi auras. So we're doing all 17 auras at once. So you just imagine all 17 out in front of you. They're all in the same place. So it just looks like one big bubble, but it's really 17 bubbles in the same place. And as you comb through, you just use your intuition and see like, oh, I think there's a big valley right there where there shouldn't be. It should all be a big bubble. No like gashes, no big valleys, right? But sometimes, stuff gets ripped out and then there's a big valley where there shouldn't be, or like a gash where there shouldn't be. So you can do localized repair like this if you want. And it is actually good skill building to kind of comb through like this and just see, oh yeah, it seems like it's damaged there. Oh, it seems like it's damaged there. That's the only way you get better. Well, I don't know if that's the only way, but that's probably the main way you get better, is just to kind of go for it and just use your intuition. And it might feel you're making it up, but you're not. It's just you don't trust your intuition yet. So as you use your intuition, you doubt yourself. And so it feels like you're making it up. But anyway, so that's localized aura repair. Use so much gold light that you wash it out, and then it starts to repair and grow back. So that's not ripped. But we're going to repair all the rips at the same time, which is easier and generally faster. So you create an image of a rip, and you say, okay, well, this rip represents all the rips in my 17 auras. So as you repair this one rip, you're repairing those rips in your auras, right? So you imagine your composite copy rip, and you say, okay, with your intention, this represents all my rips. And then you clean it out and repair it, right? So you clean it out using sticky gold wax. So that's gold light from your hands that forms a lump and sticks to whatever's not you. And then you can lift all that out at once as a big lump and give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. Sticky gold wax. Lift out all the junk. Angels, here you go. So what is that junk? That would be like hard objects that maybe someone threw at you, which is what made the rip in the first place. Like an energy object, like looks like a spear or different shapes. Or it could be invasive people or invasive beings. Just the junk that is sort of in the way of the repair. So you get that out first. Give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. And then the gold light, you can get it really deep in the rip, and that will jumpstart the repair process where it starts to grow back. So that repaired perhaps all your rips, but maybe just most of your rips. So then we'll just do it one more time for the leftover rips. So make an image of a rip and say, okay, well, this represents the leftover rips, and then do the same process. So fill it up with sticky old wax, lift out all that junk that's not you. Angels, here you go. You can say to angels, can you recycle any invasive beings that are in the way of this repair? Right? And then just use more gold light and get it as deep as you can. Back with light. Then just go over all the outer surface of all your 17 auras with gold light, and you're checking for any teeny leaks that are left over, maybe some hard objects that are smaller that are still sticking out, and just you could pop those out, let them explode, and then just repair those little remaining holes if there are any. Sometimes people have energy blocks just right there at the top, you know, a little extra hard there, so you like, because the hardness weakens your aura. Flow is strong with energy healing stuff and energy boundaries, but hard chunks of energy is weaker. It's like if someone throws energy at you, the hard stuff will break apart really fast, and that'll tear your aura. Whereas if it's flowy, you kind of diffuse the force, and so it just sort of, it can even bounce off you fully, or it won't make as big a rip. So, but unblock the very top of your auras extra. I'm noticing my newbies need extra unblocking right at the top of their aura, and also people that are especially like stressed out either because of illness or you know, some kind of drama with a family member. So just double check like the first maybe the first 6 inches of the top of your aura there, and extra gold light to melt all the blocks. All right, good job, good job. So, and then you can redo your gold buffer zones, recreate them real fast. And if you don't know how to do that, you could learn. There's an 18-minute video called Gold Energy Aura Buffer Zones. If you search Janet Wright Gold Buffer Zones, you'll find it. But they slow the rate of aura damage if you recreate them regularly. And then you could just, this is somewhat extra technical. So if you're a newbie and this blows your mind, you can not worry about the exacting details quite as much, but the 15 Wei Chi auras that you have, that's your strong boundaries energy, they're filled with gold flowy light. They're like big gold flowy force fields. Whereas the physical and astral bodies, those have layers to them, like layers to an onion. And because those are generated by your major chakras along your spine. So 7 major chakras along your spine, each one of those generates a layer of either your physical body or your astral body aura. So, but the Wei Chi auras, they're just big flowy gold force fields. So how does that gold light get generated? It gets generated by these gold mesh spheres, and each of these Wei Chi auras has 3 gold mesh spheres that wraps all around you. But the gold mesh spheres can get ripped. And even if you repair the aura, if you don't actually repair the gold mesh sphere, then it's just like a gap there. And so not as much gold light is being generated there. And it's much nicer if you generate as much gold light as possible. So you just imagine all your auras and imagine the Wei Chi aura gold mesh spheres within them. 15 innermost, 15 middle, 15 outermost ones all around you, even below your feet. And just kind of with your intuition, search for the gaps, you know, if there's any missing locations. And just use so much gold light that any hardness melts away, and the gaps are repaired so that the gold mesh sphere is really continuous. So you have as much gold light as possible being generated and sent throughout the Wei Qi aura layer and also inward towards your meridians. So we're just doing a little bit of repair of your gold mesh spheres of your. All right, good enough. So with all of this stuff, you know, just do what you have time for. So if you have 5 minutes, maybe just do grounding. Or if you're more experienced, you could intuit which of the 5 essentials you need to do, and that's how you spend your 5 minutes. You know, like I'm taking a lot of time on each one. Part of it's because I'm teaching, and part of it's because I'm healing 138 people at the same time. If I were doing it on myself, it wouldn't take me this long to repair my auras. I mean, of course, I'm more experienced, but the point is just, you know, it's better to do it and do it in the time that you have rather than doing it perfectly. That's part of why I say things like good enough. Just to remind you, like, okay, we don't need to do it perfectly. We just need to do it if you need it. So, or repair creative rings, which are above your head. Technically, creative head, creative rings. That's the only problem with typing these banners spontaneously like this. Everyone sees my typos, which is fine. It's just growing up, I was shamed for my birth mother was quite the grammar Nazi. So I still have a little bit of embarrassment when I'm making typos, copious typos on a live stream. Typo shaming. Shame. All right. So creative rings are up here. They're part of your astral body energy system, which means you as a spirit. And so 1, 2, 3, 3 gold rings. And if they're bashed up, they don't work so well. If they're not bashed up, they work much better. And they generate gold light. And so that gold light forms a nice protective force field right there. And it also gets sent down to all your major chakras along your spine, which is very useful. This gold light repairs things, keeps things flowy. Right? So we want nice creative rings. And also, like many things in your space, when they're good, they're really good. And when they're bad, it's potentially sucky. Now, how can creative rings be sucky? Well, because they have flaps. And if they're a little overwhelmed, then the flaps start to get open. And when the flaps start to get open, they stick out like that. And then it's easier for invasive people and invasive beings to put more cords in where the flaps are open. Right. And so then that's how things can snowball from like sort of overwhelming to really freaking overwhelming because your flaps are open and it's just like any invasive energy, you know, like your neighbor that hates you, your mother that hates you, whoever, you can all cord at once and you're like, what? You know, or if you're a mom, you know, like all 3 of your kids at once can cord you, you know. So we want to calm these creative rings down. So make a copy of your 3 gold creative rings out in front of you and just use so much gold light that you're like, okay, it's all right, it's okay. And just melt away cords from people and invasive beings. And the invasive beings, though, really there's no good in keeping them around. So you can say, angels, if there are any invasive beings messing with my creative rings, can you please recycle them? Now, is saying it once enough? Well, if you're more advanced, no, it's not, probably not. I mean, because then you can use your intuition and be like, you know what? I feel like gold light is being generated well right here, but not right here. So then maybe there are some more invasive beings right there. So you say, angels, if there are any invasive beings right here, can you recycle them? And then sure enough, feels like that's generating better gold light. And then, you know, you feel like, oh, but these flaps are still open, you know, at like 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. So maybe there's some damage that I missed and or some invasive beings. So angels, can you recycle those invasive beings? And then you feel like, oh yeah, I think there's a couple cracks right there. So use extra gold light and you repair. And then you can finally pop the cords from your mom out, for example. I use mom as an example because a lot of people have invasive moms, even the ones that meanwhile can be a little invasive. So, but anyway, so you want to repair and unblock so that it's just 3 gold rings doing their job, generating lots of gold light with the flaps shut. So with the flaps shut, then it's just a smooth outer surface without sticking up flaps. This is like overwhelmed flaps open, right? So you just want to calm them down. Hey, it's okay. Melt all the cords. Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings messing with my creative rings? Now, yeah, let's just keep going. So, you could also make like a nice purple earth energy grounding cord just for your creative rings if you want. I mean, a gold grounding doesn't really make a lot of sense, I don't think, because earth energy, I think that'd be a bit much. That earth energy to it wouldn't be as like centering, I don't think. So earth energy, if you bring it up at a certain color, that's fine, depending on, but when in doubt, you can always use red earth energy for everything because it's slow moving, but not too slow. But up here, since it's already naturally gold, you could use purple because, the rainbow colors, like red is slower moving, orange, yellow, green, light blue, deep blue, purple, right? And then gold, and then white and silver are too fast. So anyway, long story short, you can make a purple grounding just for your creative rings if you want. That's kind of fun. Purple grounding all the way from the core of the earth all the way up to your creative rings, and just soak your creative rings in some purple earth energy. And sometimes some invasive beings that you didn't notice kind of move off when you do something like that. And so then you kind of notice them when as they're like tiptoeing away. You might notice like a smoke cloud moving off. So then you're like, angels, can you recycle those invasive beings that are moving away? Because they're just moving away for now to come back later, when you're stressed out about something. So you can have your angels recycle them. All right. And then because you want to unblock enough so that your energy that naturally fountains out the top of your 7th chakra can go through your creative up to your layer, and then it fountains way down to the bottom of your 7th layer, and then your 7th chakra pulls it all the way back up through your 7th chakra, all the way up and all the way down. So that's your direction of flow for your 7th chakra, which is different from 6, 5, 4, 1. We do have a 3 video set, which I haven't linked below in a long time, so I could do that. 7 chakras, aura layers, flow is the 3 video set. It's pretty old. It's interesting. You'll see my hair is like in those videos. But it's probably like 25-minute total watch time, the 3 videos all together, but it explains like the direction of flow and the auras and chakras. Just 7 major chakras or layers, how the flow works, if you're interested. So I'll link that below in the comment section later. All right. Good enough. So, chakra repair. So, we're going to repair all your chakras at the same time. So that's a lot of chakras, but fortunately, it's still easy. So major and minor chakras. So major chakras are your 7 astral body chakras and your 7 physical body chakras. So they're the ones along your spine. The big ones along your spine. And then minor chakras are any other chakra that you have, which is a lot of them, like hand chakras, fingertip chakras, in your traditional Chinese medicine meridians in your physical body. There's every acupuncture point is another chakra. there are like some bigger chakras in like major energy channels, like in your limbs. There's chakras around every joint that you have. You have a lot of energy centers. So just this is the basic shape of a chakra. Obviously they vary in size and dimension depending on where they are, and orientation depending on where they are and their function, but that's the basic shape, an open cylinder. So you can create a shape like that out of energy and use it as a composite copy and just say, okay, well, this represents all my major and minor chakras, and I'm going to use gold light to repair and unblock this. And as I'm repairing this, I am repairing and unblocking all my major and minor chakras of my body and my spirit. So just, use gold light. And you can bring up red earth energy if you want. That would be the one color that would be the safest for every single chakra. Because a lot of the body ones, like the ones in the meridians, red is really the best color for it. And as a temporary thing, that's fine for every chakra you have, red earth energy. So bring up red earth energy and soak composite copy chakra with red earth energy and gold light from your hands. And you can lift out the blocks that are healthy and gentle to get rid of right now, lift them all out, and you could just wash everybody out with cold light, wash yourself out. You could blow them up if you want, or just keep melting them fully. You might notice cords. They would be pairs of cords from people or invasive beings around either of the round openings. So you could just use gold light and melt those cords and melt the stuck energy that the cord's anchored into. That's important too, because you don't want like, it's not just, like say you have a bossy sister who keeps courting you. I mean, one way to look at that is kind of like that's the universe showing you where you have blocked energy. Because if you didn't have blocked energy, she wouldn't be able to court you. So she's just the universe's helper in your life. Isn't that nice? So, so you can have gratitude for the universe's helpers. Which, gratitude is strengthening. So, and as is a sense of humor. So, even if nobody else likes your jokes, as long as you like them, that's what helps you lift up your energy. So, self-amusement. So just lift out the blocks that allow your darling sister to cord you all the time. And use so much gold light, melt away your darling sister's cords and everybody else's cords, and melt the blocks fully. So gold light through your composite copy chakra. Melt away cords. You can say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings that are messing with my chakras? Is that perfect now? And you wouldn't have to say it ever again in this entire meditation? No. So lots of gold light. Melt the cords. Because chakra openings have flaps too, just like your creative rings, and you want them to relax and fall shut so that your energy can go through the chakra. But it's harder for people to sink pairs of cords into the chakra openings if you don't have flaps sticking out like that, right? You don't want those flaps. You want a smooth round opening because the flaps are shut. And so your energy can go through still, of course. So go ahead and unblock and relax those flaps. Sometimes it's like you'll be working your chakras and like a whole bunch of flaps fall shut at the same time, and then you feel like stretching, and maybe it's like a nice deep spine stretch or something, or you feel like all of a sudden you want to stretch, and that's generally you getting a lot more present because you just did a bunch of clearing, and now you just hopped in more, and all of a sudden you're like, ooh, you stretch. Now, the theme, healthy realizations, we could work that a little as we do chakra repair and unblocking. And you can do that for any theme. Like, you know, I want to clear the blocks that keep giving me nightmares. Or I want to clear the blocks that make me comfort eat, you know, at night. Or clear the blocks that are in the way of me going for a jog, you know, and you can just lift out the energy blocks that are in the way of your important goals and just use gold light to melt them away. Lift out the blocks that are in the way of your healthy realizations and melt them away with gold light. Lift out the blocks in the way of your positive change and use lots of gold. Breath in your hips, be in your knees, your toes, your fingers. All right, good enough. Woohoo. Okay, so now the fifth essential, back your stuff, right? So good karma windows, which is GKW, good karma windows, which are those sort of back doors into your astral body aura. And then base of skull. Okay. So good karma windows, there's back here. So your astral body aura is the aura generated by your astral body major chakras along your astral body spine. What is your astral body? It's you as a spirit as opposed to your physical body. So there's your astral body and your physical body. That's what is around here if you're awake and checked in. The part of you that's checked in, right? That's you, right? You're not actually your physical body. You're not your bones and your muscles, although they're super important and you want to take care, really good care, because you only have one in each life. So so a lot of the so all the time pretty much we're healing both physical and astral together because they're really important, but you could heal each one separately, right? You just don't want to skip. But okay, so but good karma windows, they're just a part of your astral body energy system. However, if someone can get, or some invasive energy can get through there, then they could work their way into your anyway. They're like windows back here, good karma windows, and when they're healed and whole, they are very positive. You can bring in positive change, your positive change energy through them. Like a also like a gentle uplifting energy of moon and stars. Like if you look at night sky, you know, that kind of calming, uplifting vibe. But, you know, like all important places in your space, if they're fucked, they could be pretty fucked. Screwed up, excuse my French. But so you want to just use gold light and repair and unblock them and wash everybody out of these good karma windows. And the good karma windows, what do they look like? I mean, they don't exactly look like the windows in your house. They're more like, well, they are a little bit. I mean, they're just really flowy. But the frame on them is a triple frame like that. And then the center part is flowy, ideally, and not blocked up. So, but you just imagine yourself and use cold light and heal and repair them all. And sometimes if you have sleep issues or even just, you know, like me, I was working late last night, and if you're tired, if you know, haven't slept, it's like past your bedtime, you know, then maybe it's extra important, you know, to make sure things like this are repaired so that you can still focus. I mean, ideally you just go to bed when you need, but sometimes you just have. So this is one of those places, you know, back here that help you to focus. And so the more they're repaired and unblocked, then you can still focus, you know, even though technically you shouldn't be able to focus because it's way past your bedtime. So lots of gold light and repair these good karma windows. But it does not erase the fact that, you know, we should all get enough sleep, just for the record. Energy healing is not a successful long-term substitute for good sleep. But hopefully good energy healing then helps to improve your actual sleep. So from when you had some damage in those good karma windows, you may have some invasive energy that kind of wove its way through the windows and anchored into some of your upper chakras. So just like you're out in the garden pulling some weeds and you want to get the roots of the weed as well as the upper stem and leaves, right? It's the same thing here. Like you just, with your intention and goal, that you just grab whatever invasive energy it is you have to worry, and then grab the part that's anchored into your shoulders or your neck or your forehead or whatever, or your base of skull, and just, get it all. Gold light, angels, here you go. Get it all, angels, here you go. Get it all, angels, here you go. And it can release pressure from your skull, which is nice. And you can make an extra grounding for your base of skull. Nice red grounding all the way down to the core. Bring up all the way to ground the base of your skull. And we'll do a little bit. We'll do a little bit with your brain. Energy healing for your brain. So you have, sometimes we heal your spine. That's really nice because it's like a nice energy pathway to unblock more. And then, there's your oh no, I'm gonna blank, your spinal cord inside, protected by the vertebrae, and it goes up and it goes into it turns into like your brain stem. Then there you have your brain stem, which is like the base of your brain, and then like the big cauliflower looking part of it. Right beneath your skull. So you can do energy healing on all of it. You just imagine, use gold light. Red earth energy would be nice too. Definitely not white or silver. One time, a long time ago, a healer used white energy to heal me, and I didn't know she was doing it. And white rather than gold or rainbow colors. And I swear to God, I felt like I'd had 10 coffees. I had to like reground and like work my energy for a little bit before I drove off after the appointment. I was like, whoa. So why don't you make sure that, red earth energy, gold light, no white, no silver. Because it's just too, like, basically like too much caffeine. So the thing about brain healing, I mean, well, I'm sure there are many reasons why you would want to do brain healing, but one reason for positive change, when you're changing a pattern, there are, and I'm not a scientist, okay? So I tend to not like when energy healers and people in the spiritual world use scientific terms and they don't kind of say, all right, I'm using it in a different way. And so they're like, oh, yes, we're going to realign your DNA, and it's like, okay, you're really not working, it's like you're doing a spiritual thing. You're just using a scientific word, but anyway, so we are really healing the actual brain, but I'm not a scientist. Okay. So, but when I'm talking about positive change and how it affects the brain, I'm talking about it from a very layman's perspective, not a scientific perspective of like, I've been to medical school or whatever, because I haven't, not to be clear. But I think just intuitively, you can understand that if you're doing the same thing all the time, right? So you don't have a lot of positive change. You have the same patterns every day. You do a certain thing a certain way all the time. Certain parts of your brain are active, right? Whereas if you have realizations and you end up changing a lot, then you're potentially using different parts of your brain that you don't normally use, to learn something new and to, memorize something that's totally new to you, figure out a new thing, right? And so I think energy healing for your brain becomes extra important when you want to just not have like a brain freeze about new things in your life. When you want to just kind of go with the flow and not be freaked out that you have to learn 5 things, So as you heal your brain, you can just kind of melt away any blocks that make you resistant to change, or even just like kind of make you I'm gonna say stupid, but I don't mean it in a bad way. I just mean like, sometimes it's just like you're like, oh, this is hard, and then later it's like, oh, you just figure it out. So maybe as you heal your brain, think of melting away things that are in the way of you, having optimal focus and cognition, the ability to just really tune in and figure something out, problem solving. Takes me like 10 minutes to figure out the term I want to say. Sorry. It's a very loud, piercing laugh. So anyway, gold light, red earth energy, just wash away anything in the way of problem solving, in the way of adapting to positive change. See, I eventually get to the terms I want to say. To help you adapt to positive change. Okay, base of skull points. So this is traditional Chinese medicine stuff. But doing energy healing on this Chinese medicine stuff. So base of skull points, I mean the 2 rows of dots that you see on that diagram right there. One at the level of the top of the ear and 1 row at the level of the bottom of the earlobe. And all those points, that's what we're going to be healing. Those are acupuncture points or minor chakras. And so they'll have this open cylinder shape. And in this right there, those meridians happen to be, going up or down in a sort of a straight way. In other places, they can have really interesting patterns. But here it's pretty, bam, bam. The energy in that meridian is either flowing upward or it's flowing straight downward. Right. So the chakra is this way. It fits right in. In that case, for those points, the chakra just fits right in because the meridian's oriented this way. So it fits right in. Because the job of these chakras, one of the main jobs of these chakras is to help with the, keep the energy moving within the meridian itself. So just use so much gold light that the chakra itself relaxes and expands enough and unblocks enough. And for those that want to know, that don't already know, that midline one, that's GV meridian, governing vessel meridian, and it helps to regulate and support all your yang meridians. So it's a really important one. That midline one going up the midline of your back, hooks around, ends in the roof of your mouth. That's GV, governing vessel. So like when I said in that start, when we were healing the neck and the shoulders and the arms, we want to heal, unblock the auras around that. Same thing with these meridians. It's equally as important to unblock the auras around these meridians. Each of these meridians has its own Wei Qi aura. So its own, gold flowy aura, hopefully golden flowy. So you can comb outward from that GV meridian. And I call that the mohawk area, like if you had a big mohawk hairdo, right? That's where the GV meridian, if you're combing outward, you want to especially unblock the mohawk area. The GV meridian Wei Qi aura is all around you, even below your feet. It's all around you, but especially critical, that part that's right directly. But then you can comb through all 17 of your auras. in the Mohawk. And sometimes you can get quite a significant, like almost like a big rock, blocking, right around the GV meridian points right there. And so it takes a little bit of time if the block is really significant to just. And you can say, angels, if there are any invasive beings right here, can you recycle them? So we're unblocking the auras right right around that base of skull area right there, especially the GV meridian. A couple of my clients that have problems being obsessive with the news and stuff, current events, and like conflicts in the world. And I mean, obviously, if you're a compassionate individual, it's natural to be concerned when people are in harm's way for unjust reasons. But there's a point at which you can get really overstimulated by that, and then it becomes this obsession, like morning, noon, and night, and you're always thinking about it, always looking at videos about it, and that doesn't really help the problem, and you're just screwing yourself. So if I look at a couple of those people, their GV meridian gets really crimped up in this Mohawk area. And then the GV meridian Wei-Qi aura in particular is really like rock solid right here, which it shouldn't be. Flowy and cold. So again, just so that's an aside about obsessive behavior. Discussing on politics or other things. And that it could be too much compression from basically GV15 to GV20, from the base of the skull area to the top. Too much compression in that part of the GV meridian, and also in the GV meridian Wei-Qi aura right behind it. It's not golden flowy, it's rock solid, hard rock. Typically. It could be white too, solid white. That might typically more be like an anxiousness and you keep thinking of new problems and like a worry wart. There's someone who keeps generating worst case scenarios. People with that sort of a behavior, they might be white blocks, but the same area, like congestion, too dense right there from GV15 to GV20, and way too blocked up in that part of the GV meridian Wei-Qi aura right there. So just take your time. Say, angels, if there are any invasive beings in this area, can you recycle them? And just melt everybody's cords out. Keep melting the blocks. And for a lot of people, it may have been blocked here for at least a decade. So, if it takes you a couple minutes to get rid of it, that's probably, cut yourself a little slack. All right, so that's good enough for now. Again, we want to do the amount of clearing and unblocking and repairing that's healthy and gentle to do at this time. And then you can always work on it more later with your angels. The angels, can you keep helping me with this? So that was GV 15 to 20 plus GV Wei-Qi aura singular. So that's what that was. All right. So I think that's good enough. It's interesting. We didn't do a lot of direct work on the other base of skull meridians. I mean, I did some. The yellow line, that's urinary bladder meridian, which is very cool. It starts in the corner of the eye, inner corner of the eye, and goes up and back. And then it goes from 2 branches to 4 branches, which go down your back and through your butt area and down your legs. And then the gallbladder one, that's the green blue one right there in the diagram, and that starts the side of the head and zigzags in a cool way around your ear and your forehead and back. And so then when it goes back, that's where you see that green blue line right there going through the base of skull area. And then it goes down the side of your body and it helps you with assertiveness. That is super cool. That's gallbladder meridian. So I guess we'll do a little with gallbladder meridian. The urinary bladder meridian seems to be like that, all that GV work that we just did that helped the urinary bladder. I guess what we can do is just comb through the gallbladder meridian and the urinary bladder meridian weight sheet auras right there. So those are the most crucial auras for those meridians. And like that gallbladder meridian, that one. So if you look at the 2 that are right by the side of the eye, it's the lower one by the side of the eye, like by the corner of that darker green blue, not the turquoise. And so it goes from the corner of the eye, outside the corner of the eye to the like near the earlobe, near the ear, and then it goes up, and then it goes to the hairline, and then it loops a wide loop around the ear, and then it goes up to the forehead, and then it goes back. And so you don't have to know all that, but what you could do though is just imagine the gallbladder meridian weight sheet aura, which is the aura for that meridian, and just get rid of any hardness that's kind of pressing in on that area. Right? So just unblock. There could be blocks right up against your head and then blocks further out near the outer surface of the gallbladder meridian weight sheet aura, and just unblock that, because sometimes you can have so many blocks and then external energy comes through it and it's like your head just got put in a vice. That's how you can get headaches too. But sometimes it's more subtle. It's like you don't actually have a headache. It's just that you're not as focused, or you just feel like you had enough. Give yourself some breathing room around your head. Unblock your especially your gallbladder meridian weight sheet aura. Hold light for your hands. Imagine the blocks and just melt them away. Angels, if there are any invasive beings in this area, can you please recycle them? Alrighty. Kind of fun. Woohoo! So that was just, we did a little bit extra on the gallbladder meridian weight sheet aura unblocking and sides of head, around the side of head. All right. So that concludes the 5 essentials. Let's celebrate that, man. Woohoo! I'm a rock star. You're a rock star. We're all rock stars. Woohoo! Okay. What next? So I'm going to look for a moment, see how best to do what I want to do. Oops. Scenery. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. So I'll be quiet for a minute while I look. You can enjoy the lack of my chatter. Okay, I'm gonna get a dry erase board that is just like a couple feet away from me. So I'm gonna get it for a sec. I'll be right back. Then you'll be able to see one of my amazing drawings that I do. Mhm. Okay, so those of you that either watch my older videos or just have been a client of mine watching my stuff for years, are familiar with these techniques, deep thought technique and blue soak for your mind. And they're fun. And so it's what we're going to do now. Blue is a good color for the mind. If you do like the rainbow system for your chakras, which you don't have to do, but I've tried it other ways, and I feel like it's very useful to set your major chakras along your spine, your 7 chakras, to rainbow colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, light blue, deep blue, purple in the top of your head, purple, 7th chakra. And I do have a 2-page chakra handout that's free if you want to email me and say, can you send me the 2-page chakra handout? It's free. It's just like an email attachment that's 2 pages, and it's color, and it just shows, like, it has a little, explanation for each of the chakras and what's the ideal color, the location, what abilities each chakra helps you with. So if you want that, just email me at janet@jwhealing.com. So even if you just say the chakra handout, I'll know what you mean. It's just an email thing I can email you for free. But anyway, so that's the rainbow system for your chakras. And the benefit of it is, some people say it like, oh, you have to do it this way. You don't have to do it, but I just think it makes a lot of sense, because then if you set your first chakra to red, that's not too fast moving for your first chakra, so it's less triggering. So like, you won't accidentally like, if you set your first chakra to purple, you would likely within a few hours trigger a lot of fear, a lot of baggage that's in your first chakra or your first layer. Trigger as in, bring it to the front and like charge it up, and there's no good reason for that, whereas red is a slower moving rainbow color, and so it's still moving well, but it's not gonna kick up a lot of dust basically. So then orange, yellow, and then the upper chakras can handle more of that faster moving, so green, light blue, deep blue, purple at the top of your head. Some people will set their 7th chakra to like white or something, but in my experience, that make it pop out of the head, and it just so fast moving. Again, like I said before, it's like you've had too much caffeine. So those tend to be people that think that the body is sort of lowly and beneath them, and so they kind of want to fly above and be above it all. But in my experience, it's not as safe energetically, and you don't you're kind of in the clouds basically. So it's not it's just not what I like, Not as, you're not really here. You're kind of woohoo, bye-bye. But anyway, so if you have the rainbow system, then your 5th chakra is really the closest to, inner voice, mind. It helps you with inner thoughts, peace of mind, communication with self and others, including nonverbal communication like telepathy, including hearing your angels. So, and since light blue is a good color, light blue or medium blue is a good color for your 5th chakra, then I would say that blue is a really good color for your mind, light blue or medium blue. And then cobalt blue is really nice for your 7th chakra. That's a little faster moving, but not too fast. So for like vision, clairvoyance, non-judgment. But anyway, so 5th chakra, mind, blue, sorry. Light blue or medium blue is nice. Oh, and the other practical reason for the rainbow system is then if you're healing like a certain aura layer, like you're working your 4th chakra, right? And you normally set it to green, and all of a sudden it's like yellow, you'll be like, whoa, someone's probably in there that's not you, because you always set it to green. And sure enough, your sister's sitting in there at yellow. So it's just like if you always set it a certain color, then you know when it's off, you know what it should be. So then, like, say you're working unblocking this part of your aura, your 4th layer, so that your chest has better flow, you have more self-esteem and motivation. You know that your 4th layer should be green then. And so if somebody's sitting there at red, trying to scream at you in your 4th layer, it's like kind of obvious. It's like, whoa, that's not usually what it looks like, you know. So that's the way it's nice to have sort of this easy to remember progression of colors. It's less triggering, but it's also, it sort of helps you to have a sense of like, okay, that's probably my energy, because someone could be in your fourth layer at green as well, but people generally aren't that clever, and so they'll just come in at whatever color they're at, and then you just kind of either intuitively or visually, you're like, I feel like my energy right there. So anyway, wow, that was a big detour. But okay, so deep thought technique is like, you imagine a section for your conscious mind and your subconscious mind. And then your 8th chakra. So the 8th chakra is gold. So I don't have a gold dry erase marker. I don't think there are any. So 8th chakra, I'll just make it orange. So your 8th chakra is above you. It's above the top of your head. Why am I yellow? The room yellow. Weird. Anyway, sort of look a little. Okay, so it's not the room. It's not the camera's fault. Anyway, so this is deep thought technique, where you imagine 3 sections: your conscious mind, your subconscious mind, and your 8th chakra, which is, like I said, it looks like a gold sun. It's above the top of your aura. Sometimes it's close above, sometimes it's further up. It's like part of your higher self. So like your eternal wisdom that you've gained through many lifetimes. So you can just feel all this stuff. He's moving over. Oh. Oh well. So this is the deep thought technique, and I have many videos that are older on the deep thought technique for abundance, deep thought technique for good sleep, deep thought technique for getting your mom out of your space and family boundaries, deep thought technique for, you know, whatever. So you can search Janet Wright deep thought and pull up a billion of them. Because they're good. It's a nice, and I used to do a lot. So anyway, use gold light. And you can run gold light through any of these sections. Now, your 8th chakra doesn't really need gold light. It's fine. It doesn't get in, you know, close enough to get like harmed or anything. So you could just, you know, comb through your conscious and your subconscious mind. And the dividing area between your conscious and your subconscious mind, and also your 8th chakra, it's like you want flow there. So, so annoying how it keeps trying to center on me instead of the. So, you want flow there, and you can get blocks there. You can get somebody's energy trying to block you up there. So you just want to unblock the boundaries between your 8th chakra and your mind, and then your conscious and your subconscious mind. Just use lots of gold light, and you can use blue earth energy. That's what a blue soak is. So you can, so we're already on doing. So gold light, and just do gold light through the whole thing. But not, you don't have to do it through the 8th chakra part. Just your mind, your conscious mind, your subconscious mind, and the dividing little flowy lines between them. Because you want your subconscious wisdom to be able to come up when you need it, right? So you don't want a lot of repression there. That could be repression, making this all like hard and crusty right there in between subconscious and conscious mind. So that could be your energy contributing to that unhealthy level of repression or somebody else's energy, but just gold light is good enough to clear it. And same with the eighth chakra. You want to be able to be really receptive to any wisdom your eighth chakra sends down to you. So just melt away any hard blocks in between your eighth chakra and your mind. And a blue soak is when you bring up blue earth energy straight from the core of the earth, and you soak your subconscious and your conscious mind with blue earth energy. It could be a medium blue or a light blue, turquoise blue, whatever you like. And just bring up from the core of the earth all the way up and soak your mind, conscious and your subconscious mind. And as we're doing the blue soak, you can leave that blue soak up because it tends to be really soothing. So as we're doing that, you can imagine any sort of, remember I said that I wanted us to be able to clear trauma and fears without having to become conscious of them while we're still stuck on them, right? If you just clear them without really thinking about them, that tends to be more pleasurable, right? So imagine that subconscious mind section and just imagine whatever fears that are good to clear right now, that are in your subconscious, that are easy, doable, healthy, gentle to clear right now. You can imagine them as some easy image, like maybe black popcorn or something, and just melt the black popcorn with gold light. So this black popcorn of subconscious fears and trauma that is healthy and gentle to get rid of right now. So imagine it and melt it so that your subconscious mind is that much lighter, and so it kind of gives you a nice little boost. It's just because something's in your subconscious mind doesn't mean it's not still affecting you. It means you don't really know what's affecting you. It's just kind of behind this veil of lack of awareness. So, and again, you don't need to be aware of everything. You don't need to clear everything today either. Just whatever's healthy and gentle to do right now as far as clearing fear and trauma out of your subconscious mind. Imagine it as something easy, like a bunch of black rocks, a bunch of black popcorn, a bunch of maybe like crumpled up pieces of paper, just melt them away. And then you can bring down some of that gold light. I mean, the gold light from your eighth chakra is always coming down, but you could, extra do it. Just lots of extra gold light from your eighth chakra. Bring that down to saturate your subconscious mind with your eternal wisdom and healing energy. And especially if you have sort of like you feel like your mind just sort of goes round and round and round, like say if you are obsessing on politics or something, or you just feel like you're not making the right choices, you're sort of gravitating towards maybe the too many political videos or too much of some activity that you're like, all right, enough already, but you keep doing more, like, so if you have that compulsive energy, sometimes you can have invasive people or invasive beings affecting your mind's conscious or subconscious mind, or you just some blocks as a barrier in between your eighth chakra and your mind, so that eternal wisdom of like, yeah, it's time for bed is really not coming down properly. So again, that compulsive, obsessive sort of behavior, just notice where that is. For different people, it's different things. Sometimes maybe it's some guilt that you have in your subconscious mind that just, that's how it manifests, is that, you're making all these choices that you don't even like, so just keep melting whatever is in your subconscious mind, for example. causing you to have problems with focus, causing you to have problems with discipline, and causing you to have problems with moderation, you know, because that's the thing, compulsion, obsession, like sort of the opposite of moderation and balance, you know, so maybe there's some fears in your subconscious mind, and that's how it's manifesting. You're thinking about, you know, this global event or this political event, but really deep down, it's something from a past life. So you can go ahead and melt away without even knowing what it is, whatever subconscious trauma or fears are in your subconscious mind contributing to imbalanced actions and sort of mental unrest. Take a few deep breaths, breathe into your body, feel your skin, feel your muscles, bones, aware of your toes, your fingers, butt, back of your aura, back of your auras. Comb through your whole energy field to all your auras, surroundings, unblock your ground. Sometimes people in your life can have an unhealthy effect on you. Even if they're not like some big giant diabolical person. You know, like for example, say if somebody dumped some of their worry about, you know, the future of the world, you know, or the future of a certain country or, you know, humanity in general, you know, and like they're dump their own fears or a copy of their own fears about humanity into your mind, your subconscious or conscious mind. That could cause you to completely change your behavior and your awareness and what you pay attention to and how you act, just because you have a big chunk of somebody else's energy in your mind. Because it doesn't work right. Even if you ideologically agree with that person, if you have a bunch of their whatever in your mind, it doesn't work. It's like a rock in your shoe, kind of. So just go ahead and, you know, bring up that blue earth energy soak again through your subconscious and conscious mind, and just wash out any sort of rock in your shoe stuff from other people. Maybe they, you know, just wanted you to feel how they were feeling in a way of like they wanted to be understood and they just did it in an invasive way accidentally. Or maybe they just, you know, were kind of triggered and did it on purpose, but sort of didn't mean to harm you or whatever, for whatever reason. You have chunks of other people's stuff in your mind. Go ahead and wash it out. And it could be that you've done this to other people. And maybe that's why you annoy them so much. Why they're so annoyed by you is because from a while back, they have a big chunk of your energy in their mind, and it just sort of it just kind of, you know, they know their brain doesn't work right, and they can kind of feel your energy associated with it, and so then you're just a problem, you know. So what can we do about that? We can call back your energy from other people's mind. You know, because we already have been washing out your other people's energy from your mind, right? But let's also call your energy back from other people's mind that, you know, maybe it's stuck there, and that's definitely going to get you in trouble with those people. Not going to help in any positive way at all. So you can make some kind of a gold magnet So it could be like a gold table if you want to see what comes back arranged on the table, or it could be a big gold sphere or a gold U-shaped magnet or a gold pyramid or gold cube, whatever you like. But just make a gold magnet and just say, okay, well, this is going to call back my energy that either accidentally or on purpose got into other people's minds. So go ahead and use the magnet, stay where you are, and just call back your energy that's in other people's minds. And you can have the magnet get bigger and bigger and bigger as you call back more of your energy if you want. I think that's kind of fun. And then you can say, angels, can you help me clear this out? Can you help me clean out all this energy? Then you know it's just you and it's tuned to a pretty nice vibration. And then now you can get back your okay, so we'll do that one more time. Call back your energy that wound up in other people's minds for one reason or another. So make a big gold magnet and call back your energy from whoever mind it ended up being in. Just call back all your energy. And then use the gold light of the magnet and gold light from your hands to clean it out, tune it, because this is your energy now. You just got it back. And so want it to be at a real nice vibration for you. You can say, angels, can you help me clean out this energy? And then just give it breath. All right, good job. So just see what that did for your mind, your conscious mind, your subconscious mind, and your ability to soak up your 8th chakra wisdom. All right, cool. Good job. Woohoo! Oh, good job, good job. You're amazing. All right. I'm just taking notes. Okay. Okay. So our theme is to help realizations, right? Gentle realizations, help you to have gentle realizations, right? Unlock your subconscious wisdom. So I was looking at a sample person just now, one of the people I'm healing that the angels pointed out for me to use as a sample person right now and figure out what we're doing next. And they have a whole bunch of gentle realizations that are sort of like waiting for them to be able to realize so that they can get kind of like a fresh level of motivation and clarity on, you know, which way is forward for them. But they have some people from their past that, like family members basically in this case, parents to be specific, that that you know taught that person when they were growing up, but in an invasive way, which is extremely common. So even if somebody really means well, and they really, really want the best for their child, they can have subconscious fears and judgments and insecurities that cause them to teach in a way that is invasive, which then kind of smushes your own ability to have your own realizations. It just gets in the way, you know, of your functioning optimally. So, and you can also have teachers that, you know, one time I had a teacher who was really confused about that idea of like invasive teaching versus free will. And so they would talk a really good game about free will, but then they knew that they were being invasive as a teacher. And they were like, well, you know, oh well, for whatever reason. So some people know they're being invasive, and some people most people have no idea though. But the idea is you can clear that out. And so that way your mind works a lot better, and you're free to have the realizations that you need when you need it, more free. So let's do that. We'll clear out invasive teaching from invasive teachers that you've had, that you currently have or you've had in the past. You can still learn from these people, but you can just not sort of take on the brain chips. You know, it could be that these people have interesting things to teach. You know, it's not like they're idiots necessarily. It's just that, you know, they're sometimes or all the time their teaching style is invasive, and so you have to kind of get rid of all the brain chips all the time. And angels can help you clear that out, of course, too. So I hope that makes sense. And then you may have agreements with one of these invasive teachers, you know, for example, a parent, you know, from when you were little, and you used to make agreements that weren't really in your best interest, but you were only 2, so you have no leverage. So you can bring those agreements up to date, those spiritual agreements up to date, so that, you know, mommy doesn't get like her own section of your brain to leave her brain chips, you know? And that you may find that helps you have more consistent motivation. If you don't have like sections of your energy field where invasive teachers can kind of fix you and refocus you on what they feel is important for you. It could have been that, you know, at one point you were like 7 years old and you were just, you know, not doing your homework to save your life. And so your parents made you agree that, okay, I'm going to focus your mind, you know? But now you're 40 or you're 50 or you're 60 and you're trying to, you know, work out on a regular basis. And, you know, your mom's still alive and she keeps trying to refocus you on, you know, whatever she thinks is important. You know, maybe working out isn't really in her list of priorities for you. So let's get to it. Should be easy. As usual, it's so much easier to do it than it is to explain it. All right. So you could imagine like the deep thought diagram that I had before. Yeah, I'll show it again as much as the camera will allow it to be shown. So 8th chakra section up above, then the conscious mind, the subconscious mind. So you could imagine like chunks of energy from invasive teachers being like, you know, rocks or lumps or things that don't belong, you know, somewhere in either the conscious mind or the subconscious mind. You could imagine it like that if you want, or you could imagine, you know, like mind gardens, you know, where there are two gardens next to each other that are interconnected, and one is your conscious mind and one is your subconscious mind. I'm gonna have to fix that moving. Okay, sorry about that. It's a brand new camera. Well, yeah, it's not gonna happen. I'll figure it out later. Fix. Turn off auto zoom. Bit of a learning curve. It's a new camera, new laptop. All right. I can learn new things. I'm okay with positive change. All right, so I was just goofing off and screwing around, so now we're really, really, really gonna do it. Okay. So yeah, you can imagine mind gardens. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm a little tired of the flat, you know, conscious, subconscious mind, 8th chakra thing, but you could do that one too if you want. I'm gonna imagine, you know, a garden for your subconscious mind and a garden for your conscious mind, and there's a nice flowy connective wall between them, or connective force field between them. And go ahead and imagine anything that an invasive teacher that has left in either sections of your mind. Imagine them as like easy to remove objects, you know, like maybe it's a motorcycle. If it's your dad and he likes motorcycles, maybe his motorcycle is in your, you know, I just lift it out, give it to the angels, say, angels, here you go. You give it back directly to the invasive teacher. That may be sort of a shit starter thing to do. That may get you into trouble. That may be overly triggering for them. You give it straight to the angels, they'll handle the diplomacy part of it. So just imagine, you know, whatever, say your parents left, if they were ever invasive teachers or always invasive teachers, maybe. Imagine what's healthy and gentle to clear out of both of your minds, your conscious and subconscious minds, from your parents. If they were ever invasive teachers, just lift all that out and then give it to your angels. Say, angels, here you go. Yeah, just you could do a blue soak for your mind gardens. And the mind barrier, the flowy force field between conscious and subconscious mind, just here, and blue. And you can imagine other invasive teachers. Maybe you had spiritual invasive teachers. Like maybe at some point I was invasive by accident, but still, invasive is invasive. So maybe I was invasive at some point, or maybe maybe some other spiritual teachers have been invasive in this life or past lives, or religious teachers have been invasive in this life or past lives. So you can imagine invasive stuff from me in your minds, or invasive stuff from other teachers or other spiritual leaders, and just anything that's healthy and gentle to get rid of right now. Just surround it in gold light, lift it out, give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. Sometimes too, you can program yourself with somebody's information. If the teacher is not really careful, or like say the counselor or the therapist is not really careful, people can kind of pick your version of the information out of your space and like use it as their own brain chip. It doesn't work for them, and now you're at a loss, but some people do that. So you can call back So that we'll add that to the thing we're doing. You can call back any of your wisdom that somebody took from you to use, try to, use as a brain chip for themselves or for just so you didn't have it. And so call back your own knowledge that's supposed to be, because it's yours, it's supposed to be in your conscious or your subconscious mind. So just make a gold magnet of some kind of 3D shape and use it to call back whatever wisdom of yours belongs in your subconscious or conscious mind that people took, or you gave it away by accident or on purpose. All your wisdom back. And to angels, can you clean this off for me? You can use gold light yourself too and clean it off. And then go ahead and give that to yourself. Breath. So one more time, make a gold magnet. Use it to call back, stay here, but just call back all your subconscious wisdom in case somebody kind of went shopping in your brain one day. Call back all your subconscious wisdom into a big gold magnet, and then, clean it out with gold light. Say, angels, can you clean this out for me too? And then go ahead, give it back to you. All right, good job. Woo! So, we'll do a little more with the first part of it, the clearing out invasive teaching and clearing agreements with invasive teachers. Not that necessarily that you can't, they're dead to you now and you're never going to talk to them. Maybe you still want to learn from that person or have that person in your life, but you can clear the agreement that they can just sort of waltz in and, rearrange your brain and rearrange your priorities and change your actions. So it could be that there was such an agreement from, at some point you made that, right? So just imagine any unhealthy agreements that you have that sort of allow invasive behavior with your mind, and just use cold light and update those agreements. Just use cold light, and basically you just run gold light through them and they'll melt away, or they'll just get tuned so that there's the invasive part of the agreement is all gone. You could say, angels, help me to adjust these agreements so that it's in my best interest. And as clean as possible, maybe. Clean meaning boundary respecting. All right. So then you don't have to keep imagining the agreements. Maybe some of them, melted away because they don't exist anymore. And maybe some of them just changed and transformed, so there's no longer any invasive aspect to that. All right, good job, good job. Woohoo! Yay! Thumbs up to you. How about that? And while we're on that subject, if you did want to give a thumbs up to this video, please feel free to do that. It can help the more people to see the video. But if you don't want to, you don't have to do that. You have a choice. So I'm going to change the scenery while I look and see how best to do what we're going to do next. So a blast from the past, some lava lamp. I'll let you look at the lava lamp more if you want. I'll be tiny while I'm looking. Looks kind of funny, this giant lava lamp. All right, so I'm just gonna look for a sec, see what we should do next. Okay, so we're gonna combine two of my favorite things to do energy healing on. Okay, so we're going to help you to do energy healing on your tummy meridians, energy healing meridian, traditional Chinese medicine meridians that run through your tummy area, your physical tummy area, and also biker shorts unblocking. So if you wear biker shorts, if you were to wear biker shorts, that whole area of like thigh, hips, all that area. There we go, biker shorts. So we're going to be unblocking all the energy centers within that area and the auras around that area. But first, let's do the tummy. And I apologize. This is a very hairy model. God bless him. Nothing wrong with that necessarily. It's just a little jarring when you're not expecting it. But anyway. So we'll do tummy meridians first. Okay. So this is what I mean by tummy meridians. It's just sort of a Janitism when it's not like official traditional Chinese medicine grouping there. But I don't know. It just really works. Just so all those meridians that you see in that diagram, most of them, the ones that, go straight up and down through the tummy area, those are the ones we're going to be doing right now. And going from inside to the purple one on the outer, the innermost one, going up the midline, that's CV, conception vessel meridian, starts in the crotch, ends in the tip of the tongue. It helps to manage all your yin meridians. The orange lines, that also goes upward. That's kidney meridian, starts in the sole of the foot, actually, all the way up, and somewhere around here, I believe. And then your stomach meridian is the green lines, the dark green lines that go down there, and stomach starts up here under your eye. So vanity benefit, I think, if you know, these first couple points of the stomach meridian, if you get those nice and unblocked, I think it helps your eyes look better. But anyway, so down here, this part of your stomach meridian, and then the purple one, that's your spleen meridian, starts by, I believe, your big toe, your little toe, if I'm remembering right, and it goes all the way up and ends near the chest. So, but anyway, we're just going to do those meridians as they go through the tummy and then unblock in front of the tummy, whole aura. So both the energy blocks that are closer to the meridians themselves and the body, which I would call the core energy blocks, the core areas of the auras, and then the outermost area, outer parts, you know, more towards the outside of your auras, the outer edge, that sort of outer half, I would call the peripheral blocks out here. These are peripheral blocks, these are core blocks. The reason I differentiate is because it's like, try to not only unblock right here, try to also unblock here, because it's sort of like these blocks are a springboard for invasive energy to then pour it into these blocks and then springboard into, you know, messing directly with the meridians. So we're just going to bounce around with all these meridians, and you don't have to worry about the direction of flow, even though, like I said, the midline one is up, the orange one is up, the dark green one is down, and the purple one is up right there. But you don't have to know that because the chakras know that. You just unblock them and repair them and expand, let the meridians expand enough so that the flow is good, and that way the direction will be fine. Don't have to worry. So let's get to it. Doing. So, all right. So just make a copy out in front of you of your tummy meridians and your, you know, your abdomen, that whole area, and just run gold light through and just melt away the stress. You know how, like, that expression, you know, you're tied up in knots. You know, you feel it in like the pit of your stomach. So just imagine if you have any sort of tension beneath these meridians in your tummy area, melted away. It could be people can dump, you know, chunks of their energy, and it could get as deep as, you know, being beneath these meridians, you know, in your gut or in your stomach. So just melt away anyone else's energy in there. And, you know, you don't have to be phobic about it, like, oh my God, who do I have in my life that would do that? You don't worry about it. You know, it could have been a sibling on a bad day when you were 5, you know, and it's fine, you know, it's just temporary argument, but lasting result. So just melt all that away. Melt everybody's energy that's not yours, that's in your intestinal area, stomach area, and then, of course, the tummy meridians themselves. And gold light is really good for any meridian, and also red earth energy is good for any meridian. You can just do like a red earth energy soak. Bring that up and soak all your tummy meridians in red earth energy. And then comb through the front auras in front. So you're unblocking the core blocks and also the peripheral blocks. And you can find a bunch at once and just say, angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into these blocks, can you recycle them? And then melt the people out of the blocks, and then the blocks should melt pretty easily at that. Breath. You can even locally just, you know, put your hands on your belly physically and just let the gold light from your hands, you know, wash out your belly, your abdomen, your intestines, anything that's there. Organs. You can do that, you know, even while you're, you know, watching TV or something. Just put your hands on your belly and just let the gold light do the work without you really paying attention. But anyway, so GV meridian, that's really a good one because that's the one that going up the CV, conception vessel meridian, starts in the crotch and it goes up the midline of the front. So you don't want it to feel like a really tight straw. You want it to be like a red flowy river that's nice and expanded enough so that your energy and your body's energy can flow through it freely. And all those dots on the diagram, those are all chakras. And so each one of those, you want to unblock it enough so that it can do its job, keep the energy moving and to help in various ways, just like the major chakras, each one helps you in a different way. All these chakras help you in like a ton of ways. It's very cool. So you just have to, you don't have to know all that. You just unblock them to the extent that's healthy and gentle to do right now. So you have this intention, okay, I only want to do what's healthy and gentle to do right now. Healthy and gentle for you and also for your physical body. So just unblock all these cute little chakras, let them expand. Red is a nice color energetically for all these meridians and all these chakras, these acupuncture chakras, little minor chakras. And they're like rivers. So sometimes you'd be like, okay, the river's going really well, and then all of a sudden it gets really stodgy at a certain point. You can just spend a little extra time on the clog, just melt it away so that the river keeps going nicely, nice and strong. And if you find one that's especially tight and that the local just doing gold light on it is not loosening it up, then work the auras in front of that meridian, right? And just melt away the blocks, the core blocks and the peripheral blocks that are in the auras around there. Because it's generally external pressure kind of coming in, making it really tight. Like, so just let it expand by melting away the blocks and the auras so that the auras then can kind of protect and nurture the meridian as opposed to like pressing in on it. So I'm noticing a lot of tightness right like towards the bottom of that diagram, the orange one, the kidney one, and the CV one right there. So just those last couple points that you can see right there. A lot of tension. So especially the CV meridian Wei Chi aura and the kidney meridian Wei Chi aura right in front of there. So like right here. And right here, straight out from there. And especially those two meridians, those Wei Chi auras for those two meridians, especially. Melt those blocks. If you feel like there's some invasive energy coming through the blocks, just say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings in this area? And if you notice a couple more, go ahead and ask again, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings in this area? All right. And biker shorts area. Eh. Oh, So just comb through your biker shorts area, which would be the area with the biker shorts, where biker shorts would be. So from like a high waist on down to upper thigh area. And your auras around there. Unblock those auras. And you can have energy from people who found you attractive or people who were triggered by your sexuality in that area. Or just, people that were repressed and wanted you to be like sexually or emotionally repressed. Because second chakra is in that area. Second chakra is like below the belly button. And that's emotions and sexuality and sensuality, like enjoying food and stuff. I remember this. When I was how old was I? I think it was my first job after college. So it was maybe 22, 23, 23 maybe, 23, 24. I had that job for a couple years. So I used to go get these breakfasts for lunch. Like there was basically a breakfast joint that was like open in downtown Chicago till like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And this guy, the chef, was this really cool Japanese chef, and he would make these breakfasts. That was his thing, that was the breakfast joint. And they were so good. You could watch him make them, and they were like, eggs and hash browns and, bacon and all sorts of stuff. And so I used to bring these breakfasts, big old container of breakfast, in, and I would eat it in the office, and she was aware of, what I was eating every day. And I tended to have a fast metabolism, and so she was kind of pissed that I could eat all that and not, be as big as a house, and one time I was there eating my breakfast, but she didn't know because I was in the row of cubicles that, nobody was in those cubicles. I just went in there to eat by myself, And so she was like complaining about my breakfast and how much I eat and how it doesn't show up on, me and like all that. And I heard it all. So anyway, you can have people that are, kind of, they have a problem with your enjoyment of food or they have a problem of your enjoyment of music or sexuality or whatever, or you can have your own trauma that's in the way of you enjoying food or sexuality or music, So it's a really great area to heal, this whole area, the biker shorts area and the auras around it. And just, if you have people that are trying to rain on your parade or, just some trauma that you've been through and some fears because of what you've been through, it just melt it all away to the extent it's healthy and gentle to melt away right now. Just imagine a copy out in front of you and just melt it all away. I'm trying to remember if I like told her, I'm here, but I think I didn't. Just kept eating. It would have been more awkward if I said hello. So any energy that's, kind of suppressing your sexuality, any energy that's not yours, that's suppressing your sexuality in your biker shorts area, just surround it in gold light and drag it out. Give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. Any energy that's not yours, that's suppressing your emotional expression or your ability to have knowledge of and mastery of your own emotions, just, any oppressive energy affecting that. Your emotional wellness and balance. Just drag that out. Give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. Oh. Any energy that's affecting your sensual enjoyment. So enjoyment of temperature, fabrics, music, breakfast. To this day, I really love breakfast. But anyway, so just surround all that, anything suppressing your senses, your sensual enjoyment. Just surround it in gold light, drag it out, give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. Angels, here you go. You can have energy that's not yours that makes you more like sort of tightly wound emotionally, like maybe keeps you sort of stuck on being angry about something. Maybe makes it harder for you to move on after a relationship or something. And that could be in your biker shorts area, you know, either in the physical body part of it and the meridians and chakras there, or in the auras around your biker shorts area. So just any old relationship stuff, anything keeping you from, you know, having lighter, more enjoyable emotional balance and wellness. All right, good job, good job. Oops. Woo! Great job. Right. Ah, my goodness. The party. Let's see. Oh, I can't find it. Hmm. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I think that's it. So let's do wrap up now. Okay. So we're gonna wrap up. But as usual, I'm gonna sneak a couple things in as part of the wrap up. So first we'll do gratitude, energy healing flowers. So gratitude is a heart chakra thing. And it is it's more enjoyable than feeling bitter and, you know, cheated or betrayed, of course. And it's actually strengthening. It's like a vitamin for your fourth chakra in your center of your chest to kind of train yourself to think about, okay, well, what am I grateful for? You know, because sometimes it really can spiral if you just focus on the worst possible aspect of your current situation. It becomes very debilitating, almost like picking a scab, you know, you're just making it worse. So sometimes even if the situation is very negative, if you can get yourself to kind of, you know, that expression, fake it till you make it, like even if you're not like bursting and oozing with gratitude and delight, you know, just to think of, well, okay, here's the upside of it. Because when you think about it, I mean, globally speaking, there's probably always someone who's had a worse day than you, no matter what, just because globally so much stuff is going on, you know. So you could go at it from that angle, or like say if you have some physical issue, well, true, but you're still alive, and maybe that's good, right? Beats the alternative, maybe. So, so anyway, gratitude flowers. We can make energy healing flowers to kind of boost your heart chakra. It's your energy and universal healing energy. So we're not, don't put someone else's energy in your heart chakra. That's not going to help. That'll block it up, even if it's their gratitude. It's not right. But anyway, so make energy healing flowers to help nourish your heart chakra and help you to see the bright side in things. Help you to kind of uplift yourself when you need it. And even when you're feeling pretty good already, help you to motivate yourself. So it'll be like fourth chakra vitamin / gratitude flowers. All right. So just make energy healing flowers out of universal healing energy. And if you don't like flowers, make Lamborghini cars or whatever you do like, just it's some sort of a shape of energy that you enjoy. But it's universal healing energy, either gold and or rainbow colors. And just tune it with your intuition and gold light from your hands, tune it to a vibration that's most going to nourish and help your fourth chakra in the center of your chest to feel gratitude, motivation, positive thoughts, seeing the upside in things, being able to cheer yourself on. And say, angels, can you check my flowers? And then they'll tune it just a little bit extra for you. And then give it to yourself. Couple deep breaths. So one more time, gratitude flowers, any energy healing flower, make energy healing flowers out of universal healing energy, gold or rainbow colors, and tune it to just the vibration to nourish your heart chakra, to help you with gratitude, motivation, self-love, self-care, all that good fourth chakra stuff. The angels, can you check my flowers? And then give it to yourself. Hold deep breaths. Okay. And we'll do this out of order. The last one, clear STEBs. Let's do that one next. So STEBs stands for stubborn triggered energy blocks. And so it's just energy blocks that are still triggered, even though we've cleared in so many different ways. So just make piles out in front of you, copies of whatever's still triggered in your space, whatever baggage is like, kind of just annoying you on some level, right? So just make big stacks of your baggage that's triggered and bring up red earth energy, soak the triggered baggage, use gold light and melt away people's energy, people's cords from the baggage, and melt your own cords, your own resistance out of the baggage, because that's probably why it hasn't cleared yet. You and or other people just have too much energy in the baggage, so it hasn't cleared. And you can also say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings that are hooked into this stuff? Breath while your angels do that for you. And then you can just use lots of gold light and melt these blocks fully. Or at this point, you could blow them up and make nice fireworks out of them. If you want. Okay, so one more time, stack up whatever energy blocks you still have triggered. Just put copies of them out in front of you. And red earth energy, gold light, melt the cords, melt everybody out, melt yourself out. Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings hooked into this stuff? Angels, is it healthy and gentle to clear all this right now? So that they'll remove anything that's too much. And then just use gold light and melt it all away. Or blow it up. Okay, and then unblock path. There is a video on this in more, there are several videos on this in more detail. I don't know if there are any in the short video playlist. Not sure, but if you search Janet Wright Unblock Path or Janet Wright Spiritual Path, you'll find some. There's one Clear Punishment Own Path in the title. So Janet Wright, Clear Punishment Own Path. own as an OWN, own path. But anyway, so your spiritual path is a road that's just for you. I mean, that's what you can imagine it as. But it represents what you're here to learn and experience in this lifetime. But there can be other people's energy that gets in there, creating unnecessary stoppages and confusion and delays and making it harder. Right? So just imagine your spiritual path as a road that's just for you, and use gold light and melt anything unnecessary and unhealthy off of your path with gold light. And there could be, and you're on your path, hopefully. You could be on a side road, kind of lost. So if you feel like you're on a side road and not on your path, say, angels, can you help me get back on my path? And so then you just kind of imagine your angels are picking you up and putting you on your path. And then so now you're on your path. So ideally you want to be looking forward and moving forward. But sometimes people are kind of confused as to which way is forward. So they're just standing there looking around. Sometimes people are on a side bench, kind of overwhelmed, not moving forward. So if you're on the side bench, give yourself a nice little healing. Say, it's okay, it's okay. You can let your angels, help you go forward. So you can just, even if you're confused, just say, well, I'm going to let my angels help me move forward. And definitely angels though, because there are all sorts of spirits in the world, in the universe, and some are not altruistic like angels. Many are not, so that's why I always only work with angels, just to be safe. But you can say, I'm going to let my angels help me move forward. But yeah, you can unblock, like it could look like big walls ahead of you that don't have to be there. They're just maybe somebody else's judgments or some kind of projection of your own shame or fear that's creating unnecessary obstacles in front of you. So just melt any unhealthy walls in front of you on your path. And you could be carrying heavy things along, like trying to drag them forward with you on your path. So just imagine if you have any burdens behind you that you're trying to drag forward, just you can melt those away with gold light. And your path ideally has a protective gold force field around it, like a flowy gold force field. So you can just use gold light, and if it's all ripped up or if it's not even there, you can just make a flowy gold force field around your path. But usually if you just use gold light, it'll kind of reform itself. You don't have to really think about making it. You just use gold light and wash around your path, and that'll kind of strengthen the protective gold force field around your spiritual path. So then it'll be harder for someone to bash their way through it. But you want it to be flowy, flowy, flowy. Lots of gold light. All right, good job. Woohoo. So good job, good job, good job. That's a healing. You're a rock star. Woohoo. All right. Well, let's see. So, we've already gone a little long. No, I guess we have not. I'm trying to figure out when did we start? Yeah, I guess we started so late that I haven't been going too long. Okay, that's good. So I'm gonna play with the camera for a second and try to see what I prefer as far as lighting on the camera, but then we're gonna have a bathroom break, and I'll come back and just do stretching for a minute. And then we can have a little chit chat if you are interested in sticking around for that. And it'll be, I would say, at least a half hour long, and it'd just be like, I'll read people's comments about how the healing was for them. And if you have feedback or follow-up questions about something I said during the healing, like part of the theme or, one of the techniques or something. if you did want me to look at something about you, if you're a newbie, maybe something simple, that's not a problem. You can put your initials, first and last initial, if it's not obvious from your YouTube name. If you're not a newbie and you know my work, then try to be more empowered about it and just like self-assess first and just say, well, this is my read on what's going on and what I should do to fix it. And, what do you think? And then I'll give you feedback on your own read on yourself. So that way you're practicing reading yourself. All right. So what is up with this camera? I guess it's fine. Later in the day, I'm not used to the background being so much darker, but late in the day. I'll leave my camera alone. I don't know how fascinating that. I think maybe we've had enough of the lava lamp for now, so we could do a different backdrop while I'm gone. That's kind of an interesting image. We could do that instead. There's another one though with bees. Let's see which one. Oh, we could do both of those. Let's have a whole bunch of garden images. There we go. And we don't need the camera when I'm gone. So how do I get rid of that? Okay, great. So I will be back in a minute. And then we'll do the stretch break and then we'll do the chit chat. All right, I'm back. So I'm gonna do a little stretching just for a minute or so. And I leave the camera on in case it inspires you to do stretching. And I'm not a teacher of this kind of thing, so whatever kind of stretching is gentle for you, you can go for it. So it'll just be a minute. Okay, I'm back. Hello, hello. Hope you had a good break. Ah. Okie dokie. So hello to everybody in the chat. All right, so I'm looking for the chat comments that I did not get to yet. Thank you everybody for your chat comments. Believe it or not, chat comments, YouTube believes that it means the stream is more valuable if there are more chat comments. So if you just want to say, you know, you're fabulous or to register a chat comment, that actually helps the stream. From what little I understand about the algorithm. Okay, someone says, hi, Janet, 72 degrees Fahrenheit in New Hampshire. And we have some cute fall emojis. You already have fall colors? I'm so out of touch with fall colors because all around me, it's like almost entirely evergreen trees. There are little bushes and stuff that are not evergreen, but everything else is evergreen. I mean, you know, if I go for a drive, I can see fall leaves. So I tend to not know like when they're all in full swing or not. Plus, you're in the northeast. The fall colors are so much more vivid there than out here. Miss that. So what's this? Hello from Ottawa, Canada, Ontario. 70 degrees. Not so bad. Someone says my hearing went high pitched at the end there. That's interesting. I wonder if you meant there was at one moment when I had a really screeching laugh. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, or you're referring to something else. I'm not sure. Somebody says, hi, Janet from Long Island, New York. Hello, Long Island. I had when I was growing up, we lived in New York State, and my grandparents lived in Long Island. We would go to Long Island somewhat often. See them. Thank you, Janet. I was feeling frustrated and anxious up until Tummy Meridian and biker shorts work. Now I feel relaxed. Isn't that funny? I was feeling really bad and lonely on Saturday through Monday. Oh, that's a long time. About my friends not appreciating me or being manipulative. I read that was fourth chakra damage and really big blocks in my fourth chakra river. Did I read that right? Friend, and you mentioned their initials, which is always more helpful for me easier for me to read accurately if I know the person's first and last name or first and last initials is fine. Was particularly unkind to me. Okay. Well, for those that don't know, fourth chakra, we did work on that in the, I should write that down. If I don't write it down, it doesn't end up in the healing summary later. So the wrap up section had a couple things. Oh, tummy meridians. Yeah, it had, no, the wrap up had what? It had the spiritual path. I know that. It had clear STEBs. And there was another thing that I'm going to forget, but I'll find it later if nobody tells me. Oh, yeah, flowers for the fourth chakra. Including gratitude. So, yeah. So, fourth chakra is gratitude, motivation. It's like the feel-good chakra. Gives you that upbeat perspective. Glass half full perspective. But if it's blocked up, it sucks so hard. And it's almost like a curse, like in a dating perspective, if you're single. I guess if you're in a relationship too, potentially, if you have a lot of fourth chakra problems. But it can make you feel lonely, even if you have like 7 people clogging up your fourth chakra. It makes you feel like you have no one because you're missing that like happy-go-lucky, warm and fuzzy feeling that the fourth chakra generates. So loneliness, check your fourth chakra. Bottom line. But anyway, so when you were feeling bad and lonely, yeah, your astral fourth chakra was fine. It was generating enough energy. Fourth chakra, center of chest. So you have 2 fourth chakras. Everyone has 2 fourth chakras. One in the astral body, which is you as a spirit, and one in your physical body, which is your physical body. But they're both equally important, I would say. So your astral body fourth was fine. Your physical body fourth did have some damage in the front. Like, so green would be the ideal color for the fourth chakra. But say if this is your physical fourth, it's like in here, round opening, round opening. Like this part was like chipped off. And then this part had cracks. Part was chipped off. And then in the back, there were some little cracks. Somebody must have big time. Kind of vibes like your mom. So you're mentioning that friend. They didn't do the whacking. I think that was your mom. Like you can imagine like seeing who did the whacking as like, okay, I'm going to see that person really up close. And then I'm going to see other people that didn't whack me, but I'm wondering if they did from afar. So there's you, and then just imagine who whacked you like really up close. And then imagine everyone else from afar and see who's up close and who's far. Yeah, it looks like your mom. Good old mommy. So gentle. You're so gentle and altruistic. Oh, so funny. It always gets me when people stereotype mothers like on TV, like some mother is like so kind and whatever, or she does awful things, but she's your mother. You have to reconcile. And then, like, yeah, they have this beautiful relationship before she goes. That's so wonderful and reconciled. It's like, that's not really the way it is for many people. But anyway, so I don't think it was, yeah, you had blocks in the fourth chakra river, that which is the, when it flows from the fourth layer into the fourth chakra. So that the flow of your fourth chakra energy in, yeah, there were blocks there, but it was mostly because the chakra itself was screwed, and so it couldn't pull in things nicely. So it just got all stagnant and sluggish. So I think the real problem was just chakra damage. And then the fourth chakra filament between astral and physical was really compressed. No, but it was mostly fourth chakra damage, and then everything else was sort of related to that. And maybe some of your auras in front there, for that whack to have gotten so forcefully so deep, and so much of the force gotten deep enough to like chip off a big chunk of your fourth chakra. So then you could check, for aura damage in front there. I think you were pretty good at repairing the aura damage. So it was just the physical body chakra that didn't get repaired properly and fully. Because at first there were several auras that were damaged, right? But I think you did a pretty good job. Within like maybe 5 hours, you had repaired all the different auras that were ripped open. So yeah, at first I guess it was aura damage, and then chakra damage, and then everything else was part of that. But then you repaired the aura damage, but you didn't get all the chakra damage, so you still felt like crap. Yeah, you and that friend, it seems like they're not really good with you changing the relationship. Like, you're trying to be different in your friendships, and that's triggering abandonment baggage with that friend. Like, just rage at their mother, and their rage at their mother, and their rage at, I think that person didn't really have like safe, nurturing relationships with females as they were growing up. So they're now very like demanding and needy with the relationships they have with females. So, but that's not really your problem, I think you've been trying to be very compassionate about it, but it's not helping much. Maybe those angel assisted conflict resolution flowers would be a good idea. And that's a video, if people don't know. Angel assisted in the title is just AA, because you only have so many letters in the title. So AA conflict resolution flowers, angel assisted conflict resolution flowers. It's a short video in my short video playlist, which is featured on my YouTube channel page. Or you could just search Janet Wright AA conflict resolution flowers. Yeah. Okay, hope that helps. Someone says, thanks, Janet. Earlier in the healing, I felt low-grade anxiety, which felt like my mom sending waves into my first chakra. Yes. That's accurate. I also sense she has been whacking me more lately and draining my third chakra. I think your visit to her, she didn't like that you were so able to just observe and not get caught up in games with her. That you were able to just observe and have perspective on your life and the differences between you and her. I think that kind of it triggers some loneliness in her that you guys aren't more close. she has a really different idea of, you know, how to be close, though. She has very, like, kind of a controlling idea, which obviously doesn't work for you. So, anyway, so she's a little bit unhappy. I mean, she's unhappy even without you in her life, so it's not like it's your fault. Is this accurate? So yeah, it is accurate. But what's your thing about what you can do about it? Would be my question. I mean, is there anything you can do to strengthen your boundaries with your mom? I think that would be your energy boundaries with your mom. I mean, they're obviously way better than they have ever been in your life. But I think the tummy meridian area, that tummy meridian work that we did, you could redo that. It seems like sometimes she kind of goes for that area. So you could just do tummy meridian work and the auras in front of it. Especially CV meridian aura in front of the tummy area. CV conception vessel meridian, which we pretty much did. You could just redo that tummy meridian section. Which I wonder if there is a tummy meridian video in the short video playlist or not. Because if there isn't, I should probably clip that out and make it one. We'll see if I actually do it though. We'll see in all my free time that I have. But yeah, that is an accurate read. So then you're saying, how does your husband do? He's very focused on a new aspect of his business he's trying to build. He seems grounded. Yeah, well, that's nice because I had seen earlier, that he didn't have like all the usual suspects in his space. Remember we were talking about that? So I wonder what changed for him. It seems like he cleared some early childhood baggage. I think it was that stuff that, because for other people that don't know, your husband gets all the healings through telepathic consent. Like I ask his spirit, do you want these healings? He says yes, subconsciously. And so that's good enough for me. You pay for the healings. It all works out. But I think when we did a couple healings where we were healing, well, we've done several, but we were healing miniature versions of you, like, okay, the mini versions of you that are afraid of something, or the mini versions of you that are anti-positive change for whatever fear reason or whatever reason, or the mini yous that are furious, or the mini yous, whatever. I think that kind of stuff helped him to clear enough childhood baggage, because it seems like he just has a more like a greater ability to assert and create. Like there's a little, he got rid of some of his like sort of flailing and sort of like, woe is me, what do I do, kind of overwhelming stuff. So I think there's just less childhood trauma that kept resetting him to feeling helpless. So that's encouraging. That's nice. Good for him. I'm happy. Someone says, thank you for the healing today. You're welcome. I was feeling well, but during wrap-up time, I started feeling claustrophobic. It seems like it was my husband that jumped in my space. This is why I love when people get good at self-assessment, because before people are good at self-assessment, if they're a little paranoid, like anything that happens wrong, it's the fault of the healing. It's like their mom could be whacking the hell out of them, but no, it's the healing that made them feel bad. Which is very precarious, because I have to hurry up and teach people about self-awareness and reading, so that they realize like, oh yeah, that was totally my dad kicking my ass, So then they realize, yeah, no, the healing did not do that to you. So it's always nice when people become good readers because then it's like, oh, thank God you're not going to blame it all on me. But during wrap time, I started feeling claustrophobic. It seems like it was my husband that jumped into my space when it came to clearing my path. Oh, that's cool. I mean, unfortunate, but interesting. It's cool that you were able to read it. I think I need to have an astral talk with him. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe start with the message flowers, though, the angel assisted conflict resolution flowers, because that's like one step more diluted even than an astral conversation that your angels pick the location and everything. You know, I mean, of course, park bench communication on the astral with your angels that your angels set up is nice. But the message flowers, they'll only deliver them if they're going to help, and they'll edit them first, and you don't have to be around for it spiritually. So it's like he might be less resistant that way. So I would start with that for a few days, and then you can do the astral park bench chit chats set up by the angels after that. For people that don't know park bench communication, you could search YouTube for Janet Wright park bench communication. It's a more diluted form of communication as opposed to like small table communication where you're like staring at each other in the eyeballs. Some people really crave small table communicating, but other people, they feel very like they're being interrogated or something. It's very uncomfortable for them. And so they prefer park bench communication where you're both seated looking out at something, you know, and so it's a diluted form of you're chatting as you're, you know, watching the lake and the geese and the ducks. And so sometimes if you're having a car ride with somebody, that's more park bench positioning, right? Where you're both looking out and driving and whatever. And sometimes people really open up. Park bench people are more likely to be more forthcoming in that scenario because they don't feel like they're being interrogated, you know? And so if you're in a relationship, friendship, partnership, whatever, with a park bench person, they tend to not be able to adjust and become a small table communication person, but the small table person can learn to go both ways and get satisfaction from park bench interaction, that diluted sort of more mellow form of interaction, and it tends to work a lot better that way. But anyway, that's explained. There are 2 videos on park bench communication that I have. If you search Janet Wright park bench communication. So yeah, so good read on that. It's interesting how that made you feel claustrophobic. But yeah, I could see that. It's kind of like it became this big, like looming, sort of like a black cave wall that, and all of a sudden you were in this cave of energy, like slow down. Oh, we have too much going on as it is. What are you doing? Nothing's wrong. Stop changing. He just, it seems like he's afraid of the changes that you want to bring into your life. But I think that's has more to do with like early childhood issues with his mother and him than it has to do with you and him, actually. So yeah, they're not your problem. But yeah, maybe message flowers, and you could have him, you know, maybe in the message flowers, or you could just ask your angels to see if they could nudge him into an astral class about working out his childhood issues that get in the way of your marriage. Of course, you have childhood issues that get in the way of your marriage as well. So you could ask your angels to help you take classes on that too in your sleep. But yeah, good read. That's interesting. Yeah, so good read. Nice. Someone says, thank you, Janet and angels. Awesome healing. Loved the invasive teaching healing, especially what goes around in social media for us and for teenagers. Interesting. Yeah, probably a lot of people that's the only way they know how to teach kids is in an extraordinarily invasive manner. But, it's so ironic, because then all of a sudden, poof, they're 18 and everyone expects them to be able to make really important decisions about the rest of their life and what they should do for a living. And, really that has to start even earlier, 16, 17, they have to make choices about college or grade school or whatever. And, and meanwhile, if people have been, riding their brain, for years leading up to that, how the heck are they going to make the best choice for their long-term happiness and wellness, if they're not used to actually having enough brain space to think for themselves. So it's very interesting. And then you continue on. I'm wondering if I'm supposed to read it all at the same time. Maybe so. So I'm going to skip over those other comments and get back to them. But you say, I had 3 episodes in the last 2 days that I was angry at your sons. When I read it, it was my mom and another invasive female, but I was able to not fully heal even though I kept doing the essentials. Yeah, it did seem like there's some woman that was really in your space. Is that your mom? It was one of them, but there was somebody else. One of your sisters-in-law, I think, was in your space. Relating to you getting irritated with your sons. I think, I don't know, she just has opinions about you as a mother and whatever. Even though I kept doing the essentials. I think you missed one of there were like 2 auras that were still ripped up. Like it was in this area right here, or this area, it was this area, front right. And if you look at those meridians, like stomach meridian, was it stomach meridian way too, or no, that was fine. Was it CV? No, that was fine. Was it, look at the tummy meridians. Tummy meridians, where did you go? There we go. Okay, was it spleen meridian way too? Yeah, spleen and gallbladder meridian way too. So gallbladder meridian, that's the one. It's not shown there. Well, it's this. I think that's the zigzaggy one that you can see right there. It's a little triangle around the hip because it goes down there, but it's the one, the side of the head one that we were unblocking earlier and then it goes down, and that has to do with self-assertiveness and decisiveness. So that could be part of why that sister-in-law was like, trying to control you through that one. And then the spleen one, I don't know, like psychologically what the spleen one does and why she would have whacked through that one. But it seems like those 2 are the ones. Spleen meridian, Waichiora, and the gallbladder meridian, Waichiora. I think even now they're whole, but they seem a little undernourished, like a little hungry. I think the gold mesh spheres in both sides of those auras could be repaired more. So yeah, I think you just missed some of the aura damage. Now that I read again, I miss doing body work like CV and GV meridians and brain healing. Is that accurate? Partially. I think it was mostly those Weichi auras, but yeah, I mean that could have impacted your brain because gallbladder meridian goes right up there big time. CVGV, I think it was more the other meridians, those Weichi auras, so it wasn't the main 2 that were the most damaged. I mean, there may have been a little bit of damage with, I think there was a little bit of damage with CV and GV meridian Weichi auras, but it was mostly gallbladder, GB, and spleen. The purple one is spleen in that diagram. Okay. And there is a 12 meridian playlist for those of you that want to get geeky about different meridians. And these aren't my videos. Like, I didn't make that image of, Mr. Harry acupuncture model. But I'm grateful to whoever did. Anyway, that video, I grouped them up in playlists so you can see the order of flow. Each video is like under a minute, showing a different meridian. That playlist is in the info section of this live stream. 12 meridian playlist, I believe. I think it's linked there. So yeah, pretty good read on who it was, and yeah, I hope that helps. So backtracking to what I missed. Someone says, thank you so much, Janet. You're welcome. Each day different because treatment started. Yes. Congratulations. Just wanted to know what angels think I should be doing different or better. Just been resting, but don't know what is healthiest or best. You know what could be interesting from last healing set, this one this month, the triplet set. I was talking about how we did the yin yang balancing and a river for your yin, all your yin function, and a river for your yang function. And it is in the info section of all the live streams this month. There's like a statement that says, when I say yin river, I mean these meridians. And when I say yang river, I mean these meridians and these organ systems. But you don't have to know the name of each. That's just a geeky extra. But you could just imagine all my yang stuff and all my yin stuff. Imagine them as 2 rivers or 2 whatever you want, 2 beaches or 2 gardens, and just heal both of them, and make sure they're both really well and both really strong. And, have your intention be you only want to do as much as is healthy and gentle to do at one time. But I think that, I think we don't need to keep staring at this guy's belly. But I think, yeah, the yin yang balancing would be nice for the medical stuff you're going through. To a lesser extent, you could do direct healing on GV and CV meridian, both of them. But I think the yin yang, just a river for each, all your yin and all your yang, would be, or 2 rivers or 2 gardens would be nice. You were one of the people when it was towards the start. I think I want to say it was in the aura healing section or some section, maybe grounding. I don't know, some section towards, in the early 5 essentials. You had a lot of blocks right at the top of your aura, like the top couple inches of the top of your aura had some pretty solid blocks. A lot of people did, but it tended to be people that had like going through illness or going through dramas with a loved one or something, so you could keep unblocking there, like the whole upper part of your aura, especially the top of all your auras near the top. Also, the back of your grounding tends to block up these days. And the back of your aura tends to get compressed. So expand out the back of your aura, unblock the back of your grounding, and then do your yin and yang rivers, strengthening and balancing. Nice. Hope that helps. Someone says, please look at my left shoulder. I've been removing layers of black paper like stacks and using gold energy in the area. I was irritated this morning. I tried to heal my creative rings. Okay. It's a funny list. So first I would check astral and physical of your left shoulder, because obviously if it went fabulously, you probably wouldn't have been bringing it up. If it didn't go fabulously, maybe you missed either some aspect of it, and the astral left shoulder or the physical left shoulder. So, physical left shoulder looks like where that whole black paper thing is going on. The astral left shoulder just looks a little odd, like there's some white. Angels, can you recycle this? Physical left shoulder. So I would ask myself, okay, is that black paper stuff just some weird ass being playing games with you? Seem like it. It is an odd thing though. It looks like if you burn paper. You know, like just you know what that is? I think it's from somebody. Like it's like kind of like a manipulation, you know, kind of like a curse, but I don't like using curses. I don't like using that word, you know, because everyone's like so spooked out by that. So, but I think someone placed that in your space. So it's designed not to be removed. You know, which of course you could still remove it, but you're gonna have to figure out how it is designed that way. There are no beings connected to it, invasive beings connected to it. No agreement. Oh, I asked your angels and they showed me you did the same thing to the other person. So that's why your angels aren't helping you. You actually did a little worse to the other person. I'm getting an image of like some kind of like, did you have a conflict with like a neighbor and there was a condo building and like a hallway and they were doing something and you didn't want them to do whatever they were doing in the condo or whatever, and you and that person really didn't like each other? So it looks like you started it actually, and you gave that person, I mean, probably subconsciously, I don't think you would do this consciously, but you put a big chunk of something behind, like on and behind their shoulder, their left shoulder, and then they did the same to you, but like not as much because your auras were stronger. They couldn't. So I guess what you would need to do is call back your shit first. You know, just use a gold magnet, call whatever back that you lobbed at them, and then just give it to your angels because that's not good stuff. And then ask your angels to give them a special healing to kind of improve your karma about the situation. And then I think you'll be able to remove what they put in your space pretty easily at that point. So I hope that makes sense. Interesting. Your creative rings. Yeah, on your back right, there do seem to be some flaps open. A couple invasive beings just keeping the flaps open. Angels, can you recycle those beings? Angels, can you recycle those? It's okay now. Yeah, it seems fine now. I'm just saying, angels, can you recycle those beings? People that don't know. Sometimes when I speak softly, the camera doesn't pick up what I'm saying. The mic. That seems fine now. And for context for people watching, like I just healed that person in the healing and I heal them often. So it's sometimes if I'm in the mood, you know, it's not hard for me to just do a little bit because I was just healing them. So they're all cleaned up. It's easy. But if I've never healed someone before, I'm probably not going to do on the fly work for them because I would need to prepare my energy and all that. to be able to heal that specific person safely. All right. Someone says, thanks, Janet. You're welcome. Someone says, jumping ahead to what I haven't read yet. Hi, Janet. I was weepy before the healing. Feeling better now, but got triggered when melting blocks on my life path seems to be parental judgment. It is interesting. It is from your parents. Wouldn't say judgment. It's kind of like, I guess you're right. It's like definitely manipulation from them. It's like, you need to get married, you need to get married, you need to get a job, you need to do this. It's very rigid, like, and it compares you to like their friends' kids, like so and so is already blah 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 blah. So and so is married and has a child already. So and so. So it's very like sort of specific and critical. So I can see why it kind of gets to you a little. I think maybe it's up to you, but if you want, you could just embrace being a disappointment to your parents. Like me, I'm such a horrifying disappointment to my parents that that's fine. It's like I've fully accepted it. I mean, maybe there's still little parts of me that I need to heal, but for the most part, it's just like quite obvious to me, and I've just I just take it as a badge of honor. That if they're that disappointed in me, I must be doing something right. Because when I was trying to lead my life exactly the way they wanted me to, they were still 100% disappointed in me. And 100% critical all the time. So it's kind of clicked at that back then, that I was like, yeah, wow. If this is how good it gets, no, thank you. So I think that was their strategic flaw in being able to manipulate me, that it was never good enough, even when I was like completely trying to morph myself into their little, their ideal of what I was supposed to grow up and be. So never mind. Change of plans. I'm going to grow up and be what I want to be. So yeah, your read is accurate. That it was very specific stuff on your life path. But I mean, kudos to you for being that present, that you could kind of be aware of that and not train wreck for a week over it. Because in the past, something like that would get you going for quite a few days, and even translate into being more of a physical wear on your physical issues too. So the fact that you're able to be hooked in enough to your physical body to feel something, but then to look for what it could be and to have such clarity on it, that's a huge step. So good for you. You're saying I'm likely the sample person with invasive teacher parents. You weren't, but you could have been. Absolutely, you could have been. I don't think you weren't, but yeah, you definitely could have been. My unmarried status brothers. Oh, this is funny. This is exactly what I already said. My unmarried status bothers them, and we argue, and it ruins the day for me. I've done a lot of update agreements from them in the past, but we'll do more. And Mind Garden. Yeah, that's hilarious. That's exactly what I was saying. That it's even more specific though. It's unmarried and no children yet. And your job status is not appropriate. Like if you were like a brain surgeon right now, then they could brag about that, even though you're unmarried and you don't have children, but you're not a brain surgeon and you're unmarried and you don't have children. So it's like, what the hell can they brag about? They need to be better than their contemporaries, and because they're insecure. and they want to judge others, and you're not helping them judge others properly. You're not helping them shame others by being superior to their friends' kids in their eyes. So you're supposed to help them shame everybody by being, by having a lot of status socially. So you are, like my husband and I always say, we're like shitty soldiers. It's like he and I are like the shittiest soldiers possible. Like whatever we're supposed to do, A, we automatically don't want to do it, and B, it's like not something that we don't want to do it because we're supposed to do it, but then it's like genuinely it's not something we have an interest in either. So we're just like the shittiest soldiers imaginable. So you're just a shitty daughter. I mean, in this sort of controlling game concept of it, you're not living your life for them. You're not, you didn't just blindly marry some dude because they expect you to, so what good are you? You should be married and pumping out kids by now. So, it's up to you, but you could just lean into that whole, they chose you as a daughter. It's not your fault. It was a mutual choice on a subconscious spirit level, but, they didn't have to choose you. They could choose somebody who was, dying to get married and knocked up as soon as possible, which is not you. So they signed up for this because they're supposed to learn somehow to get beyond their own social competitiveness, but they're not doing well with that assignment. And that's not your problem. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, you don't have any agreements to get married and pump out kids for them. That you never ever agreed to that on any level, which is the irony of it, because they're acting like you're failing at life and you're only failing at what they think your life should be. But you never, I think you agreed up till like 10 years old. You were going to do exactly what they wanted you to do. But then that was it. Like from 10 to 12, the agreement was you were just going to kind of realize that you didn't want for your life what they want for your life. And then after 12, you were just going to march to your own beat. Like that was literally what they were told and what they signed up for. So there is no agreement that you need to get married at all or by a certain age for them. So you're not, so their whole game about, you're doing it all wrong, blah, 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 is just like in their head. They've told themselves it's for your own good, but it's really wrapped up more in that social competitiveness, like I said, and their desire to brag and their desire to derive their own sense of self-worth from the bragging rights. So it's really twisted, but not at all your problem. So I think just clear shame, you can imagine it metaphorically too, just step out of the game. Just imagine the game like a box drawn on the ground and just have your angels walk you out of the box so that, if you get married, it's on your terms, when you want, when it's best for you, when your higher self and your angels, like double check it's really great for you. And it's all about, your highest good. It's not about being their zombie child. So yeah, you could just imagine walking out of the game. Have your angels help you walk out of the game. If you want. But yeah, Mind Garden's always a great idea. But yeah, there's no agreement problem. You didn't agree. Thank you for the cute blue heart. That's cute. Maybe that was about the blue soak when we did the mind thing. Or maybe it's just a nice color. Someone says, your new camera is very silly, Janet. It zooms in and out on you when you're stretching. Oh, really? I'll have to watch that. That's funny. Yeah, I have to figure out what that thing is about the zooming. That was distracting to me that it kept zooming. Fix, turn off, zoom. Yeah, there's a bit of a learning curve because it's a new camera, it's a new laptop. It's really doing weird things to the background there. Almost like a bluish greenish color. Let's see what it really looks like. Doesn't look blue. It's making my wall look green. I kind of like it though, I guess. Looks like I have special mood lighting, but I don't. Just getting dark out. If I turn the overhead light on, then it'll be this weird glow. I guess I could try that. Man, that zoom thing could not be weirder. I'll have to fix it next time. All right. Thanks for the comment though. I'll look back at that. Thanks for the healing, Janet. 4:27 a.m. here. Had too much caffeine today, and here we are. Oh my gosh. Positive. We are positive. Positive is I got to watch the live stream. Yeah, that is funny. Supporting the stream with a comment. Thank you. You're so nice. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I know. There's a downside and an upside to doing a later live stream time. For some people, it's better though. Like some people, normally it's 4:20 a.m. and then this time it was 8 a.m. You know, so it's a little more logical. Or some people, you know, whatever. There's always some people that can watch, some people that can't, depending on whatever time it is. So that's funny. Well, I'm glad you got to see the stream. Someone says, thanks, Janet. During calling back chips of teaching taken from me. Yeah, calling back wisdom and stuff. Got brief, sharp pain in my head. Ooh, very interesting. Went away quickly. Interesting. Yeah, I think that was like an invasive being or something that didn't want to leave. You like ripped him out subconsciously. So maybe if you hadn't ripped him out, you wouldn't have had a sharp pain right away. But yeah, you brought a bunch of energy in and then just kind of like rid of a bunch of stuff at once. All got recycled. Pretty cool. Maybe you could do some extra work, like a little bit on meridians where that pain was. Double check. Sure, all the meridians are happy. Somebody, hope that helps. But that's interesting. Somebody says, how did my husband do when you mentioned his initials? He seems way calmer post-healing, and he was super crabby about the world at large right before. He tends to get crabby and will set the entire apartment with his energy. I've actually talked with him verbally about this, and that has helped. Interesting. Yeah, well, we did work about that. I mean, he wasn't one of the sample people, but that idea of like where politics and stuff just kind of really resets your brain and your thoughts and your mood, and you kind of, you know, get fixated on it. So I'm glad that helped. Part of that was the deep thought work. I guess most of that was the deep thought work. But partially during the biker shorts work too. Oh, cool. I'm glad. I mean, he did well. He liked all those things. The spiritual path stuff was nice for him too, that we did during the wrap up. When he gets crabby and the whole apartment with his energy, you could just do a tricolor soak at that time. Like do an earth energy soak for the apartment. Just think of like, because part of it is when he's pissed, he likes resetting the home, and it's kind of like you guys could pick a earth energy color that he would like at that time, but he just doesn't really ask you. So he just like switches the vibe of the place without asking. And then he kind of does this telepathic like yelling. So that's, I think, why it feels like the whole place is like, oh, like anger room, you know. So you could give yourself like a throat chakra, fifth layer healing to like maybe listen to some music or something, you know, reset your own internal telepathy so you don't match his external telepathy. But then you could just, I think he likes, you know, earth energy soaks of the room. So you could do that. But anyway, okay, cool. So that was a lot. I will do a quick pet update. There's so much to talk about with that. So we'll do that. Right. So, so to catch people up, someone says, thank you, you're welcome. To catch people up, let's see. There was a photo that I showed because, okay, we have 2 cats now. Because Lorenzo wanted 2 cats. He wanted a cat, but then the cat that the angels had us bring into our home was not cuddly. And he wanted a cuddly cat, even though the angels definitely picked that first cat for us. So he wanted a cuddly cat. So we got a second cat. And they were both cats that were, you know, around our property, roaming. Nobody owned them anymore. Maybe at some point somebody owned them. But anyway, so now as of during the last set, we have a second cat. And then here is Lorenzo with his, not the best photo. I probably should find a better photo, but whatever, it's good enough for now. So that's my husband Lorenzo, when he was chilling out with his cat, the cuddly cat. So that's the second cat, the cuddly cat, named Orson, Orson, like Orson Welles, who was later in life. He was an actor. Later in life, he was very chubby. So this cat's very chubby, so he called him Orson after Orson Welles. But anyway, so he's a huge cuddle bug, but he is afraid of certain things, which we're kind of trying to work around. He's terrified of when I turn the hose on and off at the side of the house in the garden, but I have to turn it off and on sometimes, otherwise it leaks. But I'm just leaving it on because he hides for like hours after we turn it off or on, because it makes a squeaking sound. So that really freaks him out, and then he hides under a chair for like hours. So anyway, that's that. And then BooBoo Kitty is our original, the first cat that we brought in. We brought her in right before the end of last year. I'm trying to bring her photo up. Why is it not showing? Let's see. Oh, it's a movie of her. Okay, let me get everything else out of the way. Sorry. I couldn't. There she is. Okay, so that's BooBoo Kitty. And she got spayed recently. Well, okay, we brought her in for the spay appointment yesterday. That's part of why I was so behind schedule today, because for like the last 2 days, there's been planning, bringing her in, and then actually bringing her in. And so she went in. I'm going to have to move that up. Sorry, I know. Boo. There we go. Okay, so that's when she was only in the laundry room, the mudroom. There we go. There she is on patrol, which she used to do. She will do again soon once she feels better. But anyway, so she went in for her spay appointment, and they saw a scar on her belly, but it was like jagged. It wasn't like nice and neat and perfect. And it was, anyway, so they thought it was just like a scar from fighting outdoors because she used to be outdoors. And so they went ahead and did the surgery, and then they couldn't find her uterus. Like a spay surgery is removing the uterus of a female cat, right? So they can't have babies. So it's much better for them so they can't get pregnant, and then they don't go into heat and have weird behaviors and want to escape the house because they're in heat. So it's a normal thing to spay your cat, right? So that's why we brought her in. But it was very challenging because she's feral. She doesn't let us touch her. So we had to train her for a long time and then trick her to, so I trained her to eat in this carrier when I was next to it, which took a lot of doing because she's feral. But then I did that, and then I was able to trap her. I was able to drug her the night before like they wanted, and then trap her, and bring her. Well, Lorenzo did the driving to bring her that morning, and so anyway, so they did the surgery. They opened her up. They can't find her goddamn uterus. So it turns out she was already fixed somehow, but she doesn't have an ear tip. If it's an outdoor cat and they fix an outdoor cat and release it out, they're supposed to like cut a little part of the ear off, which supposedly doesn't hurt them because they're asleep when it happens and whatever. But then people know, oh, that cat's already been fixed, right? Spayed or neutered. But anyway, so she didn't have that. So nobody knew that she was already fixed. So anyway, so they did the surgery, unfortunately, for no reason. And so then now she's in the house. She's just in one room for now while she's recovering. But she's not eating yet because she's really uncomfortable. But the pain medication is in the food. So she's not, so she's in a lot of discomfort still because she's not hungry enough. It hurts more than she's hungry. So she's not eating her pain meds. So it hurts. So it's like this terrible conundrum. But eventually she'll get hungry enough because in her normal life before this whole surgery debacle happened, she was very hungry all the time. She would eat no matter what, and a lot of no matter what. Even though she's a small girl, she like we have this expression, she has a hollow leg, which means, where do you put all that food? You must have a hollow leg, you keep eating. So she's like that, so, but anyway, but not right now. Right now, she doesn't want to eat. She's just like lying in the room and whatever, but she'll get better. But it was a lot. It was stressful, and for her more than us, obviously, but for us as well. So that's been my life. Then I was looking into trying to get the pain meds in these tiny microscopic little tablets. Well, not microscopic, but these teeny, teeny, teeny little tablets so that you could put them in a pill pocket, and they're so small that even a suspicious cat would just like chomp along and eat them. But the vet didn't have any more of those, so then I had to order those today, and I couldn't get anywhere local to get them, so they're coming, next week, and whatever, drama. But it's fine. And I have her on webcam. I can look at her on webcam, which is totally funny. I think she's still, we'll see if I can pull her up live. I have not webcam, trail cam. I bought a trail cam. And so I have it aimed at where she was sleeping in the room. And so we'll see if she's still there and I can show you her on live camera. That'd be funny. But anyway, so, oh, it won't let me do it. I wonder why. Oh, let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we see her live. But unfortunately, it's not a very exciting view because she's I think she's that dark shadow in the carrier. Like you see her carrier, so the trail cam is showing her carrier, but she's a dark gray cat, and so it's just she's that shadowy thing right there. So that's her. So it's just to show me that she's, you know, peaceful and calm right now. You don't want her to mess with her stitches. But it is so. You can ask the angels to help BooBoo Kitty if you want. Help her to get through this. Help us all to get through it. All right. Well, thanks for the heart for Orson. Yeah, he's a sweetie. Even though he's terrified of faucet sounds. Squeakiness. The faucet squeaks when you turn it on and off outside. Terrifies him. Alrighty, so that's enough. I'm sure this live stream is gargantuanly long. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed the healing. And I hope you enjoy the after effects of the healing. And please, if you could, take a minute or two for the post-healing survey. If you are one of the people that I healed, I'll be emailing you a post-healing survey by late tonight so that you can fill it out tomorrow after like a night's rest. And then I'll study what you say as I'm planning the healing, like or two. Study the results. Someone says, "Oh, poor BooBoo Kitty. I'm sorry that happened." Yeah, I know. It's really bothering my husband. Like I think I'm over it now. It's like it's unfortunate that she had the surgery twice for no good reason, but there was no way of knowing that she already had it. She wasn't microchipped, so there was no sign that she had anybody doing any of that. And I guess the scar was atypical. It was over to the side and it was jagged, so the vet thought she'd been in a fight or something. Why they did the surgery. But anyway. Yeah, but it bothers Lorenzo. He's like, why? We shouldn't have brought her in for it. But I mean, you know, it's a standard thing. You're supposed to do it for your cat so that they're healthy and happy as a house cat. One of those things. Life has challenges. But she's a tough girl. And she'll eventually forgive us. And we're thinking that Orson's gonna make her more friendly. Because Orson's like a huge cuddle bug. They haven't been in the same room yet though. He's in one room isolated and she's in one. But once he gets his, go to the vet and checked out, and I think we have to keep him separate for a certain amount of time while he gets dewormed. But then, she'll see, like we'll all be together in the house together, and so she'll see like, wow, he's cuddling with them and he seems happy with that. So we're hoping that brings her around, makes her more friendly, less afraid. We'll see. All right, you guys, you're amazing. And let's do some butterflies on the way out. So take care, you guys. Oh, wait, gotta raise up my butterflies. There we go. Let's we give BooBoo some butterflies. We'll bring her back down a little. There we go. BooBoo gets the butterflies too. All right, you guys, bye. You're so amazing. Whoop. Bye.